Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Iran's top diplomat voices hope of a new window of opportunity opening after high-stake talks with the US in Geneva. Zelensky says Russia's strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure intensify as the latest round of peace negotiations focus on land concessions. China is marking the Lunar New Year with President Xi Jinping sending greetings as the country enters the year of the fire horse. Now, the United States and Iran have held high-stakes nuclear talks in Geneva today. Iran's top diplomat has voiced hope of a new window of opportunity opening, but said it's also fully prepared to defend itself. This comes after Iranian media announced that Iran had fired live missiles towards the Strait of Hormuz just before the talks began earlier today. For more on this, I'm joined by Nikolai Petro, Senior Fellow at the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy and former US official under the Bush administration. Nikolai, thank you so much for joining me this evening. We did actually hear some positive signs from Iran's foreign minister following nuclear talks in Geneva today, but for real progress, he insists the US must drop its military threats. What do you make of the mood music coming from the Iranian side?
Well, I think they're trying to avoid a military strike against them. Whether that will succeed or not, we shall have to see. But the United States is still in the process of preparing itself and getting ready, getting all its ducks in order, so to speak, to make this strike.
And what's quite interesting is when we have a look at the language coming out of Iran, they've always said they just want to talk about their nuclear ambitions. They don't want that to be expanded any further. They seem to be playing the long game. That's what many analysts are saying. But how long do you think Trump will be patient with Iran's tactics at the negotiating table?
That's very hard to say. If the United States were to strike Iran militarily, as it has in the past, it will not end Iran's nuclear ambitions. And that's simply a reality that, if not this administration, then future administrations will at some point have to recognize and deal with. Thus, there is no one single solution. There is no silver bullet. The ultimate solution to this problem is a persistent negotiation.
And there's been major military build-up. We've been talking about that right now. And we have to talk about that military build-up, which is going on from both sides ahead of the talks in Geneva today. How much is at stake for both the US and Iran in these negotiations?
Well, the United States, if it does conduct another military strike in the Middle East, then it will have reinforced the perception in that region and among the neighbors of Iran that it does not actually seek a negotiation and a settlement that would come by negotiation, but strikes first and thinks about the consequences later. Iran, for its part, there's a net difference. Iran is defending itself against a potential military strike. The United States, in this case, is clearly in the position of being the aggressor.
President Trump says Iran wants to make a deal, but at the same time, the military assets have been piling into the region. Why is Trump doing this if he thinks diplomacy and negotiation is going to work?
I think that Trump takes the more or less classical position in this regard. There is no distinction in quality between negotiation and military action. Those are both on a continuum, and one can switch from one to the other and back again. And this goes back as far as the military strategist Clausewitz, who tells us that war is an extension of diplomacy by other means.
Iran has closed parts of the Strait of Hormuz for safety measures during military drills. That's today. We know about 20% of the world's oil passes through this waterway. What message is Iran trying to send the US? Because we also heard from the supreme leader of Iran, who had some pretty strong words for Donald Trump and the military buildup in the region.
The message is clearly that military action against Iran will have global consequences and will affect your economy, in this case, the United States and Europe, as well. So beware.
And right now, Iran is walking a little bit of a tightrope. We have seen those anti-government protests in the country, and it's very difficult to get information of exact numbers of what happened and how many people died during those anti-government protests that did happen. How closely is Iran and the government there right now watching the tightrope that it's walking? Because it can't be easy. They're facing pressure from inside their own country and also pressure from the US and Israel.
Yes, all of that is true. But I have to assume, given that they've weathered such crises in the past, that they have a more accurate perception of the dangers and how to deal with them. On the other hand, the United States is basically getting ready to fight in the dark without having any clear sense of what the outcome of a change of regime would be in Iran. And the consequences might be a very significant upheaval in the Middle East, which is something the United States does not want.
And what do you think both sides actually want to achieve out of all of this? What's the end goal for the US and what's the end goal for Iran? And I think the big question here is, if these negotiations collapse again, like they have done in the past, where does this leave the situation?
I think the objectives are irreconcilable. For the United States, it is regime change in Iran, and not just any regime change. A transformation of the current regime into something resembling a liberal democracy, which I think is very unlikely. And for the Iranian government, the objective is to be left alone.
And just a quick thought, if there is a change of government in Iran, is there a clear path forward about who will actually go in and govern the country? Because that's been the big question right now. We've heard from Reza Pahlavi, who of course spoke at the Munich Security Conference. But the big question is, what's the plan for the day after?
That's a very good question. And I would simply rely on such a notable statesman as Robert Gates, who served as CIA director and Secretary of Defense under successive Republican and Democratic administrations in the U.S. When asked to comment on America's strategy, he said the question that is least asked in Washington is, and what do we do after that? And that's the perennial question, again, here in Iran. We have no idea what to do after a military action.
Nikolai Petro, it's been so interesting to have you on. Thank you for your analysis with me this evening.
Thank you.
Now, expectations are low for the latest US brokered talks between Russia and Ukraine as fighting continues on the ground. Analysts say neither side appears ready to compromise. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia is intensifying strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, worsening conditions for civilians. For more on this, I'm joined by Ian Proud, a former senior British diplomat based at the UK Embassy in Moscow. Ian, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. So I've just been talking about Iran and the US holding talks in Geneva. The Swiss are really putting in a shift because also in Geneva, the Russians, Ukrainians and more Americans are having discussions regarding this ongoing conflict. What is the prospect for these talks?
I think the prospect of anything coming out of the talks in terms of a ceasefire is incredibly low right now. These talks happened shortly off the back of the Munich Security Conference, where all of the European leaders were talking about rearmament, and Zelensky was talking about receiving more weapons and possibly Ukraine joining NATO, which is a complete red line. So I have very low hopes from these talks.
So low hopes. Zelensky has suggested that Ukraine, not Russia, is being pressured to make concessions to end the war. Trump has demanded that Ukraine comes to the table fast. Why isn't Moscow facing the same amount of heat from the US?
Well, both sides are under pressure to settle on the issue, the tricky issue about territory in the remaining parts of Donetsk that the Russian army hasn't been able to occupy because of the defense of the Ukrainians. And both sides are under pressure actually to come to a compromise agreement on that would effectively leave it demilitarized. Now, that's not something the Ukrainians want. They don't want to have to kind of give up that land voluntarily. That's not something that the Russians want because they claim that land as their own, even though they haven't actually conquered it. So it's not, strictly speaking, correct to say that there's no pressure on the Russian side. There very much is.
What does Vladimir Putin really want from the talks in Geneva? Peace? Or a deal that locks in Russia's gains on the battlefield, as you just mentioned to me?
Well, the big strategic victory for Putin when this war eventually ends, and I hope that it ends soon, is to take NATO expansion decisively off the table through some sort of treaty arrangement, and to have some bigger reset with the US on economic terms and possibly in terms of discussions on strategic nuclear deterrent and that sort of thing. So actually the territory issue is a kind of a very much a tactical issue. Mm-hmm. The bigger game at play here is preventing NATO expansion.
As missiles continue to fall and diplomacy unfolds, are these talks a genuine turning point in the war or simply another round of negotiations destined to stall over territory and security guarantees? Because this seems to be what we're seeing all the time, Ian.
Well, what Trump has succeeded in doing since he came to power last year was to actually re-engage diplomatically with Russia in circumstances where the Europeans still refuse to do so. Now, Macron is thinking about engaging at the moment, as he mentioned, at Munich, but there's been absolutely no diplomatic engagement by the European side, and Trump has changed that. So it is actually an important step forward that these talks are even happening. And the Americans, and I don't agree with them on everything by any means, have to take credit for that. The challenge is that the Europeans still see things very, very differently. And without the Europeans getting behind a peace deal that the Americans broker, then that means that there will be no peace because they will continue to back a continuance of the war.
So do you feel like Europe is holding this up in some ways? If they get to the table alongside America, it could be much easier to solve this because obviously the Munich Security Conference did happen. And of course, we saw that speech from Marco Rubio, which made the Europeans very happy, but also the US signaling it was going to remain protectionist.
Well, Europe ultimately is vital to any long-term peace in Ukraine and in Europe as a whole, because unless there's a bigger diplomatic reset between Europe and with Russia after the war stops, in Ukraine, then the risk is, in the context of European rearmament, that we'll simply be pressing the pause button on a much bigger war with Russia, because hostilities will remain. Ukraine will rightly join the European Union and will, for possibly understandable reasons, want to maintain an antagonistic posture towards Russia. So European engagement in this process is absolutely vital, but so far their efforts have been very, very limited, to say the least.
So could the coalition of the willing that we know Starmer and Macron have always headed and spoke about, they seem to have multiple meetings. Do you think they're doing enough?
Well, the problem with the coalition of the willing is that they're never willing to talk to the Russians, which is actually a vital part of any deal. And they keep proposing ideas, for example, the deployment of NATO troops in Ukraine, that the Russians will never agree to. So unfortunately, and that is actually one thing that Trump has changed. We're moving beyond the phase of Europeans talking to the Europeans without actually talking to the Russians. And that's the step change that that Trump has brought. But actually the Europeans talking to themselves hasn't achieved anything and will continue to fail if they follow this path.
What I find fascinating is we see Steve Witkoff go to Moscow and he goes to these high-end restaurants with Jared Kushner, and they definitely holding talks with the Russians. And we know that. We know Donald Trump holds phone calls with Vladimir Putin, Ian. But Putin seems to be running rings around Donald Trump, don't you think?
I don't think that he is. I mean, nobody's spoken to Putin before Trump actually re-engaged with him. Absolutely nobody had spoken to him since the war had began. And, diplomacy is vital to bring this war to an end. And diplomacy involves understanding different positions and trying to reach compromise. And that's what these talks are bringing about. I mean, saying that Putin is running rings around Trump is a distraction, really, from the positive progress that has been made. And that progress is the fact that Russia and Ukraine are actually talking directly to each other for the first time since the war started. And that has to be a positive thing. But the key now is that it delivers results, and that's a ceasefire and a much bigger peace plan.
Do you think that could come in the near future?
I don't think it's going to come in the near future, if I'm being completely honest. I hope it will come at some point this year. But right now, unless, Macron starts to deliver a real sea change in EU and, of course, British engagement, with the Russians, then I see very little prospect for any short-term deal. But hopefully by the end of this year, the war may end. But it could very easily also still run into 2027 because the EU has provided Ukraine with the funds to keep fighting through to the summer of next year.
And it's quite interesting because we do see this corruption scandal in Ukraine still bubbling. And we had reports again of people involved in the corruption scandal yesterday, high up in the government in Ukraine. How much do you think that's impacting Volodymyr Zelensky's stance on the international stage and with the Ukrainian people? Because he has been asked to hold elections by President Trump.
Well, it has affected his standing within Ukraine itself. Over the past 3 years, Ukrainian citizen support, this is from British polling, by the way, for a negotiated end to the war has rapidly increased from about the low 20s% to the mid 60s%. And by the same token, European desire to inflict a defeat on Russia has reduced from the same number, 60s, down to the 20s. So Ukrainian citizens want to see this war ending. They have concerns about Zelensky's regime, not just the corruption, but the bussification of people, off of the streets. But unfortunately, he still has a blank check when it comes to the European leaders who refuse to criticise him in any way and back his actions come what may.
Ian Proud, so interesting to chat to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
South Korea is bracing for a verdict on whether its former leader will be sentenced to death. The country's special prosecutor has requested the death penalty for Yoon Suk-yeol over his short-lived martial law decree in December 2024. Chris Gilbert has this report.
It's one of South Korea's most consequential court rulings in decades. Judges are set to deliver their verdict on insurrection charges against the former president Yoon Suk-yeol this week. Prosecutors are demanding the death penalty. His fate will be broadcast live from a Seoul District Court on Thursday. The sentence is over his botched attempt to declare martial law more than a year ago.
I declared martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces, to eradicate the despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces that are plundering the freedom and happiness of our people, and to protect the free constitutional order.
The attempt only lasted a matter of hours before Yoon admitted defeat, issuing this apology only 4 days later.
I am very sorry and would like to sincerely apologize to the people who were shocked. Regarding the declaration of martial law, I will not avoid any legal or political responsibility.
In Korea, a charge of insurrection could mean death, life imprisonment with labor, or life imprisonment without labor. There has not been an execution since 1997, and a death sentence will likely mean life imprisonment without parole. 27 officials have already been indicted in the months-long saga. Prosecutors confirmed a scheme between Yoon and his former defense minister, Kim Yong-hyun, designed to keep Yoon in power, dating back to more than a year before the martial law attempt. Yoon has denied all charges against him. He says he declared martial law to fend off the, quote, wickedness that would ruin the nation, referring to North Korea. Yoon says it was within his powers to declare martial law and that it was aimed at sounding the alarm over opposition parties' obstruction of government. Regardless of his intentions, Yoon will know whether or not his actions will mean death on Thursday. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. U.S. civil rights leader Jesse Jackson has died at the age of 84. Jackson fought alongside Martin Luther King Jr. in the 1960s to improve the lives of African Americans. Diagnosed with Parkinson's in 2017, he died peacefully on Tuesday morning, surrounded by his family. Billionaire Thomas Pritzker has retired as chairman of the Hyatt Hotels chain after his ties with Jeffrey Epstein became public. The latest files released by the U.S. Department of Justice showed Pritzker had regular contact with the convicted sex offender even after his 2008 charges. Warner Brothers Discovery has rejected a $30 a share takeover bid from Paramount Skydance, but has given them a week to negotiate a better deal. Warner Brothers still seems committed to a merger with Netflix ahead of a shareholder vote on the 20th of March. And Hollywood actor and the star of The Godfather and Apocalypse Now, Robert Duvall, has died at the age of 95. Touching tributes have been paid by many of his former co-stars, including Al Pacino, Robert De Niro and Viola Davis. China is marking the Lunar New Year, with President Xi Jinping sending greetings as the country enters the year of the fire horse. Authorities expect a record 9.5 billion journeys during the spring festival travel period. Meanwhile, Donald Trump says he will decide soon on whether to send additional weapons to Taiwan, a move that's likely to strain relations with Beijing. For more on this, I'm joined by Asia political analyst Ross Darrell Feingold. Ross, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. With a record 9.5 billion trips expected during this year's Lunar New Year rush, can the holiday travel boom really deliver the economic boost Beijing is so hoping for?
It can't hurt. People traveling and spending on transportation, spending on gifts. It can only be good for the economy, but the underlying challenges that China's economy has won't be addressed by 1 week of mostly domestic spending on travel and gifts or restaurants and things like that. The real estate problems and the crisis in the real estate sector, that is not going to be resolved by the New Year holiday, and policymakers have struggled to resolve that. And of course, there's the challenges that authorities have with growing export markets outside of the United States, given the higher tariffs imposed by the Trump administration. So New Year's is certainly good for the economy, but it's not a problem solver per se.
And in Chinese folklore, fire horse years are considered volatile or intense. Looking at the current geopolitical landscape, do you think the Chinese government will weave this into its policy making, or is it just largely symbolic? You did mention to me trade with the US, tariffs. There's a lot going on.
Every year around this time, whenever the new lunar or Chinese New Year begins, there's always an enormous amount of analysis about what this year means as far as the zodiac cycle and the specific animals and other details in the cycle. But does that really have an effect on what Chinese policymakers do, or what kind of messages that they want to put in the media with regard to domestic policy, economic policy, foreign policy? The answer is probably no. And in fact, the Communist Party would probably prefer that there isn't too much discussion about things like the zodiac, because it doesn't really fit into the messaging that they prefer, which is simply that they're on the ball and they have good ideas and good policies to move the country forward, whether that's with regard to domestic policy or foreign policy. So it's actually not consistent with the party's narrative that there's too much focus on the zodiac and the zodiac cycle, but it is also unavoidable because it is tradition. There will always be lots of discussion about that.
Indeed. And China's most watched show had Spotlight, these amazing humanoid robots and AI. I found it absolutely fascinating. I don't know if you watched it, but it was pretty incredible. Is the performance becoming a showcase for Beijing's industrial ambitions as the tech race with the US continues?
China certainly has strengths in the AI competition with the United States or other countries. For starters, it has an enormous amount of talent. Not just because the population is large, but because so many people do study the hard sciences, whether that's mathematics, physics, engineering. So they're very good on talent, but they are still behind on the most advanced semiconductor chips, and specifically the chips that are used in AI applications. They are catching up without a doubt. This is a question of time and money. But at the moment, as far as where the most advanced chips are manufactured, it's still here in Taiwan, where I'm speaking from, and China is struggling to catch up with that. And it doesn't help China that the United States has imposed restrictions, and there's ongoing discussions about more advanced chips being being exported from the United States to China. But at the moment, China is still racing to catch up. But no doubt, they have huge strengths in AI and in robotics, and that's not just in civilian applications, but of course in military applications as well.
And Ross, with President Trump weighing new weapons for Taiwan, will this decision escalate tensions with China or signal stronger US support for Taipei?
President Trump announced, or his administration announced, an approximately $11 billion with a B, US dollar weapons sale to Taiwan in December. That continues a long-time U.S. policy to sell weapons to Taiwan. I mean, that's a many decades policy from the Cold War up until now. What we don't know is whether or not going forward, the remaining 3 years of the Trump administration, is President Trump going to take the position that, well, I continued previous U.S. policy by offering Taiwan a very large weapons weapons sale early in my administration, within the first year, but I'm not going to do it again. This is what we don't know. President Trump could take the view that in the interest of U.S.-China relations, he won't offer another sale to Taiwan, or he might very well take the view that because of the threat from China to Taiwan, he will offer another weapons sale to Taiwan in the next 3 years. We simply don't know the answer at the moment.
And before I let you go, Ross, you sound a little bit skeptical on the Chinese zodiac. But I'd love to know what your Chinese zodiac is, because I have been checking with my whole team today what their Chinese zodiac is and what the year of the fire horse might mean for them. So what is yours?
Well, I was born in the year of the tiger, and the best thing I could tell you is I should not mix with other tigers.
Guess what? I was born in the year of the tiger too. So we're mixing. Well, I don't know what that means for the show. We're a good match. We're a good tiger match. But absolutely, I was having a look at what it means for me. Year of the tiger, they say we're very ambitious, courageous, well-travelled. And I think that's a good, strong sign to be. And we're going to apparently have lots of money this year. So thank you so much for joining me, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you. French President Emmanuel Macron is on a 3-day visit to China, holding talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, aimed at strengthening strategic and economic ties. The two leaders are discussing Indo-Pacific cooperation and launching the India-France Year of Innovation. Macron will also travel to New Delhi for the landmark AI Impact Summit. For more on this, I'm joined by journalist and podcaster Lavina Tandon. And Lavina, always great to have you on the show. So why is Emmanuel Macron and Narendra Modi deepening ties in trade, defence and technology? What's this all about?
India and France have always had a very trustworthy long-term relationship. And with the world shifting the way it is, actually, Trump has initiated a lot of the countries to come even closer. So this is, as both of them said in their address, that it is a lot about not adhering to a rule book by any one country or two, and also not depend on countries and have hegemony in various sectors. So this is really a sweet spot long-term relationship with France and India. Well, India is the biggest importer of arms in the world, and France is a very big part of that. So Rafale is the biggest big ticket thing here, but the $40 billion procuring deal, or 114 aircrafts with numbers here and there, that beyond that, I think it is that, and why Rafale won over Typhoon back in the days is also because France is not just selling, it is also bringing in the capability to say that we will co-create, we will co-develop, we will co-innovate. And this is what I think is the difference and the significance of this relationship over any other that India has had. So France is here a real partner, not just selling. Also, it is in terms of trade, if you look at it, it has gone to about 15 billion plus in 2026 between the bilateral trade. And the very crux, I think I'm going to just point you to what I had said in the beginning of not depending on countries like the US and China. It is a very critical point, is that minerals, the mineral deal. So in the world, it's all about energy and oil, and the world to come is about renewable energy. And when we talk of renewable energy, we talk of batteries, and we talk of batteries, we talk of lithium. We talk of lithium, we talk of processing these critical minerals. And this is where a very critical part of the meeting also lies, one of the 20 MOUs that have been signed, that the processing that at the moment of the world depends on China, 80 to 90% of processing. So we are dependent for our renewable will, energy on China. This is being broken as well. And there will be more processing happening in India of essential rare minerals, especially the lithium. So we yet don't know what are the intricacies of the deal, but one would say that this also is one of the critical part amongst the big trade thing. And then, of course, it's the AI and innovation, and that's the only G7 country that is present in the big AI moment for India. So it's a very strong relationship and always has been.
And it's so interesting because during a joint press conference with Macron, Modi said the India-France partnership knows no boundary. Can this blossoming alliance reshape the regional balance of power in the Indo-Pacific? Because as you did said to me, there is these shifting global alliances we are seeing.
Absolutely, but this is not in the NATO or the security bloc kind of a way, but more strategic, more like strategic trade kind of partnership and most trustworthy partnership. Can I just take you a little bit to what the partnership has been and why it is so strong and why he would say it's no boundary partnership? Because it all started on 26 January 1998. France became the first Western power to have a strategic alliance with India. Then comes May 1998 when India went nuclear and everyone had sanctions on India. France opposed that. And over a period of time, it has been a quiet relationship, but it has been a very, very trustworthy relationship. That's why India has a lot of trust, and that has been built over a period of time. Also, another thing which is very important and plays into this entire sentence that the Prime Minister said, which is quite loaded actually with historical context, which I'm trying to give as quickly as possible, is that it never interferes in India's internal matters. And it is very capability building. As I said, it's not selling. It is saying we will. So these Rafales will be assembled in India. Possibly, we don't know yet, but there will be some talks about building the engine, which is where India gets stuck, because India started its Make in India program on 25th September and 2014. And this plays into that. So co-develop, co-create, and a partnership of strength together. And remember, even in AI, France is the first country and the only country to be present from the Western Bloc. So it plays more into the trust factor, historical trust factor, and it has always come through. And for France, India is their strategic foothold in Asia. So it works, and it definitely creates a corridor where they don't have to depend on the US and China. And they will create another block of friendship, which has proven over a period of time.
And the big tech bros and global leaders are in India for this big AI summit that we've been talking about. Today, there have been reports of long queues and confusion. But what's expected from this gathering? Because it was really interesting. I was reading about AI in India, and they obviously have the talent in India. But also, we know that there's a lot of jobs that AI could potentially take in India, like the call centers. And they're concerning that the economy can't absorb those jobs as quick as AI is coming in. So there are concerns about AI in India.
So as far as the queues are concerned, I think there is some method in this madness, which I think over a period of time they will get a hang of. And it's not the best moment, the best optics moment. But of course, the political and the geopolitical moment is quite important. The tech moment is very important here indeed. And I'll very quickly say that India happens to be the first AI tech summit where they are trying to be not only the voice of the global South, but also be an inroad into the Western world, if you like, or the globe about the way AI will be governing in the years to come. So they want to have a voice there. And it is not about just safety. It's about building capability and growth. This is where the whole AI India story is being pitched. And the three things of people, planet, and power. So people bringing what you just said about taking away jobs. I'll come to that in 1 second. So people mean this, just building the lives, better lives for people, climate important, so planet and progress, so build growth and innovation through it. Now, how do you do that? Remember, India is not just the office of the world anymore. It is the global capability center. It houses almost 240 companies, if I can say, where they have already building the office which is innovating. It's not just the back office or the call centers. So it already has an infrastructure. The only thing is that they would need to upskill and to bring AI into these hubs and these centers, which they are already doing. So while there will be jobs, yes, going and taking, but the upskilling could be happening quite fast. And this is a really great moment. So let's see what the Delhi Declaration comes with. But I think this is a big, not only in terms of optics, which of course they had a scarring moment with the cures, but there will be a method to this madness, and it will come through where India will pitch itself not only now as the global capability centers for the world, where the offices of the world are in the UK, but they will be innovating as well. So they just want a voice there with it. And India has the youngest population, so they are hungry and they want to learn, and that's the test. Let's see.
Lavina Tandon, thank you so much. We're out of time and we didn't get a chance to discuss Emmanuel Macron on his morning run in India today, but maybe next time. Thank you so much.
Modi must be doing yoga at that time.
Modi doing yoga. Yeah, great suggestion. Thanks, Lavina. A reminder of our top stories. Iran's top diplomat voices hope of a new window of opportunity opening after high-stake talks with the US in Geneva. Zelensky says Russia's strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure intensify as the latest round of peace negotiations focus on land concessions. China is marking the Lunar New Year with President Xi Jinping sending greetings as the country enters the year of the fire horse. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for tuning in.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Are we living through a period of wrecking ball politics, or rather a time of creative destruction, ushering in a new world order? The Munich Security Conference dominated headlines again this year, with Germany's Chancellor warning of a deep divide between Europe and the US. We'll debate the big takeaways. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Dr. Mohammed, it's so good to have you with us. My first question to you is, what does Kevin Warsh becoming the next Fed governor mean for you, for the markets, and for the independence of the Federal Reserve?
Thank you for having me. I think it is very good news across the board, because Kevin is someone with a tremendous amount of experience. He was a governor of the Fed at a very important time. He has significant expertise in economics and in markets. He communicates extremely well, and he understands that you need to modernize the functioning of the Federal Reserve. So he is very good news in terms of putting this institution that's so critical, not just to the US well-being, but to the global well-being, in the hands of someone with experience, expertise, and an understanding of what needs to be done. For the market in the short term, in the very short term, he will be viewed as less dovish than the alternatives that were mentioned. So as the rumors started going that he was the front runner and he's likely to be nominated, you saw the dollar strengthen, you saw interest rates go up a little bit. And that is a relative statement, because people also thought it could be some of the others who are seen to be much more dovish. Finally, what does it mean for the independence of the central bank? It means an ability to reinforce independence. You know, independence requires accountability. And accountability for your mistakes, accountability for being able to take a view of the future and not being just data dependent. And Kevin Warsh fundamentally understands that. So I think that as he reforms the Fed, there will be less of an inclination to try to reform it from outside, which is what has happened in the last year.
The strength of the dollar that we have seen, is this a trend? Because we all know that the dollar weakness was the main theme that we saw last year. Since President Trump became president in his second term, we have seen a 10% drop in the dollar. So are you worried about the weakness that we are seeing in the dollar?
I think that there's a good chance that over time the dollar will be range bound. But if it breaks the range, it's more likely to go weaker than stronger. And there's two main reasons for that. One is that this US administration doesn't mind a weaker dollar. You heard President Trump. He sees that as increasing competitiveness of US industry, and you see it as also attracting more inflows into the US. And the second reason is that some parts of the rest of the world, particularly in Asia, feel they are overweight the US, overweight the dollar. So you've seen them buying gold, seeking to diversify. So if we break the range, it's more likely to be to the weaker dollar than the stronger dollar.
And the weakness in the dollar, it's mainly one of the reasons is because, as you have mentioned, investors are selling the dollar and buying gold. And we are talking here about institutional investors in addition to central banks. We have seen volatility in gold prices, unprecedented volatility, and we have seen unprecedented gains in gold prices. Where are you seeing gold prices heading?
So, you know, a year ago, I remember being asked, where do you see gold prices heading in 2025? And I said 5,000. And people thought that was silly. And as it turned out, we didn't get to 5,000 until January of 2026. So why? Because of what you mentioned. First, central bankers in Asia in particular had become regular buyers of dollar, month after month after month. Secondly, institutional investors have much more interest now in gold, which is viewed as a safe haven, a better safe haven than bonds. And then finally, speculators, when they see institutional buyers, be them investors or central bank, they will buy gold. So this is what got us to these levels. From here, it will be a much more volatile journey. We will see gold prices swing quite a bit, but it would not surprise me if we get to 6,000 in 2026.
But do you think central banks will continue to buy dollars at these to buy gold, at these record levels?
Yes, I do. These are what are called non-commercial purchases. They are being bought not to make money, but to meet another objective. And in this case, it is to reduce the holdings of dollar and to introduce a new risk mitigator. So yes, they will continue buying. They may buy a slightly slower pace and then a faster pace, but there will be net buyers going forward.
How about silver? Silver has been. Is it actually a safe haven for the dollar? How do you explain this rise in silver? Because we know silver was also. We have seen funds going to silver, but at the same time, there's an industrial use for the silver. So should we be worried about a deep correction in silver prices?
So a deep correction is possible in both gold and silver, but my sense is that it will be reversed if it happens. Silver is a derivative trade of gold right now. People look at silver, they think it's cheaper because of the way people think, $100 versus $5,000. That's just a behavioral thing. And they think of it as being the turbocharge bet on gold. And that's why it has had an even more extraordinary increase. So yeah, it will trade with gold, but with a much higher volatility than gold.
Deep correction of gold, even if central banks you're predicting central banks to keep on buying?
It is possible because there's so many speculators in the trade right now. You know, when you get asked, there's this famous thing that when your taxi driver starts asking about an asset, be it Bitcoin, be it something else, you know, the .coms, it's become too popular, and you have to be careful on that.
Doctor, one thing also we're watching is what's happening in the bonds market, especially Japan. Yields are at all-time high. There's a bit of worry about that, especially that we have trillions of dollars of Japanese capital invested abroad. So are you worried that this capital will come back to Japan and that will affect asset prices outside of Japan?
That is certainly a concern. And at some point, earlier in January, the sell-off in bonds seemed disorderly. And that's when you start worrying on that, because when you cannot sell what you want to sell, you sell what you can't sell. So suddenly you start selling other assets. So the concern is, as you absolutely correct in saying, is that Japanese are very large holders of foreign assets. And they may need to sell their assets because of what's happening in the Japanese bond market. I think the bigger point, and I keep on mentioning this, is that in the old days, the bond market would attack emerging economies. Argentina, Brazil, Thailand. In the last 3 years, we've seen the bond market get impatient with the UK, with France, and with Japan. That's 3 of the 7 G7 countries. And I think that that's the reality, that now no country is immune to the bond market feeling impatient.
Are you worried of any crisis that we might see because of that? Is there a risk of any crisis, a debt crisis in 2026?
Crisis is a strong word. Is there a risk that the bond market loses patience with all that is being asked to fund? Is being asked to fund hyperscalers, tremendous demand for capital to build data centers, is being asked to fund very large government deficits in most advanced economy. Corporate, household, is there a chance that it will lose patience? Yes. Do I think we get anything like 2008? No. So we will get market volatility, we'll get more fragmentation, but I do not believe we'll get a 2008 crisis.
Doctor, today, when equities are at all-time high, in different geographies, in different markets, when metals are at all-time high, where should someone invest right now?
So I get asked that question all the time. I get people who stop me in airports, literally stop me in airports, and say, should I do this? And I say, first, I don't know what your objective is. Is it a short-term objective? Is it a long-term objective? I don't know. Secondly, I don't know what your risk tolerance is, because the worst thing that happens to investors is that they panic. When prices go down, even of good assets, they sell them on that. So I don't know what your risk, and I don't know what else you own. So I tell them a few principles. First, do not rely on stock markets for your next 6 months. okay, because they are volatile and we are, like you said, all-time highs, and we may get a correction and you don't want to be forced to sell. Second, ask yourself the question, which is very difficult to ask. Not what could be my mistake, what could be my unrecoverable mistake, non-recoverable mistake. I think if people ask that question, they would probably reduce at the margin their holding of equities. And they would probably go more in cash, wait to see how all these uncertainties play out. Because right now, as you say, we are at very high valuations.
But even there's a question about the fiat currencies, and there's less confidence in fiat currencies, and holding cash can make you actually lose money. So why would they hold cash right now?
So cash is a risk mitigator. Is it a perfect risk mitigator? No. And that's why a lot of people have been buying gold. They see that as a bet. But relative to equities, it is a risk mitigator. And what one realizes is that one is forced to live in a relative world, not an absolute. So let's take the dollar. The dollar is a reserve currency. Are people as comfortable with the dollar as they were before? No. But where else are you going to go? Are you going to go to the euro? No. The European economy is not where the US economy is. The US economy is stronger. Will you go to the Chinese currency? No, it's not fully convertible. So when it solves in this world of relative space, people either slowly diversify away or say, you know what, it may not be perfect, but it's good. I take the example, suppose you're on a business trip, and suppose your trip gets extended for one day, and you cannot go to the laundry. You will wear your cleanest dirty blouse. I will wear my cleanest dirty shirt. And cash, and particularly dollar cash, is your cleanest dirty shirt. It's not pristine, but it's cleaner than anything else in the closet when it comes to currencies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fuhrman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here lies the homeland of the Khasi tribe, the largest remaining matrilineal society in the world. Its population is estimated at nearly 1 million people in India. Our travel team set out on a long journey. There, through small villages and narrow roads more than 2,000 kilometers from India's capital, New Delhi, to explore the nature of this unique society. We've arrived at Molinong village, or as its people call it, God's own garden.
I truly love this place so very much. I love it because it is a maisi. In our community, everything, absolutely everything, is run by the women. For example, the household work and the farming, all of it is managed by the women.
We met Salsalaitha, who told us more about being the youngest daughter in a family belonging to the matrilineal Khasi community.
Being in a matrilineal society is a privilege for us women. It gives us inspiration to do more and to contribute more to society. Us girls, we inherited the property of our parents and the business that our parents work also, like the business that they are currently working also, like we get that. Being the youngest daughter or being the only girl, here we get the privilege of getting all the property of the parents. So eventually you're gonna be rich because you need to inherit the lands, gold and everything. So yeah, maybe finding a good husband also. We get the help, get the support from the men also.
Even the surname also to our mother, like to the woman, not like other place in India.
Long ago, titles were passed down from the men. But out of fear that all our men might die in battle, which could cause us to lose our identity as a tribe, the tradition was changed after much thought. So the titles would pass through the women while the man would remain only the head of the household. After that, property also began to pass to the women.
The title goes to the mother. We don't come up so much. Another people know those who have the title to the father, they become rich because his man, he take responsibility to make his family come up.
Here, women hold power, property and wealth, raising many questions about the men's role. How do they view the matrilineal system they belong to? And what part do they play in it?
The structure of the matrilineal society is still going on very good. Actually, we support it.
We have been following this system for a long time, in this, in Khasi, and then in this village also. For me, it's we have been following this tradition, so it's okay for me.
The Khasi believe that daughters are the continuation of the family, which deepens the community's desire to have many girls, unlike most other Indian society. Zam, like Suai Tibor, challenge female dominance. He runs an organization calling for the return of men's traditional roles.
Men are not really made or born to be like that. They're born to lead, they're born to control, they're born to have authority on something. But he cannot be under authority of someone. So that itself hurts the ego of man. Till this date, as we have done some research, the lifespan of a general Khasi man is about 35 to 45 years age. Very low, because most of them die of desperation. Most of them die of irresponsibility, we call. So his roles, his responsibility, his dedication is dispersed.
For women here, choosing to remain unmarried carries no social stigma at all. Many do so proudly, taking comfort in their independence. And in this place, it is often the husbands who move in with them, joining their families and their homes, rather than the other way around. The Khasi community holds firmly to its historical roots and traditions deeply tied to nature. Some of its legends reflect this matrilineal spirit. On our journey, Cecilia takes us to the Molinong waterfalls. Legends tell of a widow named Kalikai who lived near one of the waterfalls in the Khasi region. She had a beautiful daughter. After her husband's death, people urged her to remarry, to ease her burdens. She did. To a selfish, cruel man, one day, while Khasi was away from home. The husband killed her daughter and cooked part of her body. When Khasi returned home and discovered the horrific crime, she collapsed in grief and ran to the edge of the cliff, leaping into the unknown. Her story became a symbol of women's independence in Khasi culture and their refusal to depend on men. There are many Khasi legends like it, yet they do not conflict with Christianity, which most of them follow today.
Some Christians being, like obsessed or possessed by, some spirit or demons, okay? Or they've got some kind of, we call tarot, some black magic happening to them. Then they resort to the help of the traditional people. So sometimes it becomes, we call it a little bit sacrilegious. Now it's less that Christian will participate in all Khasi traditional rituals, very less now.
In the village market, we met the merchant Trinity, who sells small decorative souvenirs. She is the head of her household and fully supports her family, while her husband stays home and takes care of the children.
Khasi society, women is the head of the house. Yes, actually I am very proud to be in Khasi matrilineal society. Because in our Khasi society, we have responsible, even we women also, we have responsible to take care of our household. Anything we can arrange or we can manage all things. Because in our society, women also has more power. But the youngest one we
get more
property. All the inherits from parents' side. All the young, only for the youngest one.
Out of the 100%, daughter will get like sample 70% and son will be 30%. More actually we give to the woman because actually we men, we can work hard, we can work more also. So for women actually those who are not illiterate, who are not going to school, who are illiterate, so they cannot work. My wife, she's not totally Khasi. Her father is Assamese and her mother is Khasi. Actually, my wife, she take her mother's surname. She don't take her father's surname. Though he's a non-Khasi also, but still she taken the mother's surname.
Those who marry our ladies, they enjoy, in fact, more than 200% of benefits. Property goes to the ladies, so whoever marry our ladies get the property. And the business they do in their wife's name. This trend is going through a dangerous phase, that I'm saying. Because if we continue to go in this manner, then one fine day, we will not find pure Khasis anymore. Due to mixed marriage, Khasi blood will be diluted.
The social independence women enjoy here, this doesn't mean Khasi women have unlimited privileges or total freedom. Parents still worry when their daughters travel or move away.
They allow us to study only in like the city,
But then like for like the sons, like they will allow them to go abroad also, like they do find it okay with it. But then us, like in the other hand, like us, like for the girls child, they are more protective and also more like, you know, more strict with them. So like, you know, most of the family here, like they don't allow their child to study abroad or to pursue the career like outside of Meghalaya or something, like outside of India. Maybe because they're like little protective of their child. That's the main reason.
Poverty also plays a major role in limiting choices and lifestyles, hindering higher education for many girls and boys alike.
Here, young men and women do the same kinds of work. In earlier generations, the wife stayed at home and the husband earned a living. But in our generation, things have changed. Men now do household work, and women take on men's roles.
अपना business अपना चलाते हैं आप.
In our culture, women can take part in any job they want. There is no discrimination except for the local Khasi council, the Durbar. Although titles passed to the women, the Durbar, which sets the rules, fell under local men's authority.
The Khasi community is deeply interconnected. Men and women participate together in all village activities, local celebrations, communal cooking, and sports that last from early morning until nightfall.
Most of the villagers here are farmers. So in farming we have to contribute both men and women, like they go together to the field also for the field work. Like both men and women can give their idea for the betterment of the family and for the betterment of the society also.
Here the young men and women also like participate the same role. Before, like the older generation, the wife always stay at home and then the husband like is the breadwinner. But then in our generation, like things change and then men do the household work and the women also do the men's work.
Everyone contributes and everyone shares the meal.
Today we are having this cleaning drive from Pongtung to Maolnong, which is 18 kilometers, and we are having all the way to Maolnong. And we are doing this each and every year. This is the 6th time we are doing this cleaning drive.
In 23, several local and international magazines named this village the cleanest in Asia, earning it national fame.
This is how we are doing the cleaning drive. And you can see the people are still cleaning and picking up the plastics, mostly the plastics. Right now we don't have any recycle plan in the village. But like we are very grateful to the Shillong Municipal Board. We have to go, we have to dump over for the plastics.
It has since gained recognition among other towns and villages as a model to follow. Cleanliness here is a sacred ritual, cherished by the Khasi people, from young children to grandmothers, keeping the entire village spotless through collective effort.
For now, we just clean the village. We can give some advice for the other people also. So this is our daily responsibilities, because it gives us like a health also if we clean the village. So other people also from the outside, the people from outside, so they will see us. They will get some advice from us.
They don't see it as routine work, but as a sacred, enduring part of their tribal life.
Most of the property right now, it's inherited by the youngest daughter, because they think that the youngest daughter will be the one who will be looking after the parents after they grow old. But then right now it's different. Some of them, youngest daughter didn't have a good relationship with the parents, so the older daughter will look after the parents, right? So maybe the oldest daughter, the one who's looking after her parent, that daughter should be the one to inherit the property, right? I see in my areas also, the one who look after the parents after they're old, that one inherit most of the property, like golds and land and houses, because right now things have changed.
The art of weaving, living plant roots into bridges, is unique to the Khasi tribe. It was created to span rivers. The entire community works together to design, manage, and maintain each bridge. A process that takes more than a decade, shared across generations. The young people caring for these bridges today will walk across them in the future. It's believed these bridges can last for hundreds of years. But will the Khasi traditions endure just as long?
As the organization are trying our level best to fight this head on, so that we say, even if a foreigner, even if a male from another community marries a Khasi girl, they should not give the title of the Khasi. They should give the title of that Khasi male or that male from the other community.
Matrilineal society, it will be different afterwards, but then matrilineal passes will still go on. But then I think that some of them will also as I've seen now also, some of my friends inherited the father's titles. But then I think that this will go on and on in our state. I think it will go on for ages, and there will be difference here and there. I mean, there will be difference in sharing property and in sharing the power in the household and in the society.
Something we have to adjust with the modern society. A little bit we have to adjust. I think this system will go on.
Changes regarding to the culture, and then the way of livelihood, the way of eating, the way of literacy. Actually, it's almost totally changed compared to the old ages, long time ago.
We hope women will come forward to join the village Durbar. We will work hard together to bring change to our community. Women and men can work in all fields, and they will do it well.
everything will be changed because of these technologies also. No? Everything will be changed. But in our heritage, it will be the same, remain the same.
I think this society will stay forever. It will not change because every community, they have their own culture. It stays forever.
Are we living through a period of wrecking ball politics, or rather a time of creative destruction, ushering in a new world order? The Munich Security Conference dominated headlines again this year, with Germany's Chancellor warning of a deep divide between Europe and the US. We'll debate the big takeaways. That's coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
I think these are very important for us to be able to celebrate each other, to see each other, to see who some of our heroes are, and to see who some of our up-and-coming heroes are going to be.
It's amazing that they have a focus on women and female voices, and I'm very inspired by that.
I'm excited to be in a room full of people, peers from both the West and the East, from the region as well, celebrating women in film.
It's nice to be able to be here among a group of people who are celebrating women in a proud and energetic way.
Because of this night, we can make connections, and these connections makes me want to go further.
We already have much more possibilities than we had before, but we're still, we could still go further.
There's so many incredible women filmmakers, and this elevates and celebrates them, and I think it's very important.
Women who are in cinema being together in a room to be able to not only celebrate each other, but to get to speak together, the ability to lift each other up and support each other is so vital.
There are so many female filmmakers being celebrated this time. There are about 38 entries is what I heard, which is amazing.
So great to be in a room full of like-minded, driven, ambitious, intelligent women.
رائع لكل الأفلام تقريبا، وسعيدين بالتواجد هنا في Women in Cinema.
I have 4 daughters of my own, and I encourage them to tell their stories. And for the women who are in countries still that are more repressed than women have been here, women see the opportunity to be able to be free.
I think it's really important to bring people together from different backgrounds, all in celebration of a cause.
the things that we can do, the fact that we can multitask. And I think that's why so many of the best producers are women, because they can handle everything.
I think we need women. And we are in cinema, in films, but at the same time we have to evolve and be aware of the violences from the past that we've been through, and try and understand what's the qualities of women without having to push them down.
Don't let anybody tell you can't do it. Dream big, really big.
Do the best at what you do and then move up the line if you have a story to tell.
Use your wisdom, your intuition, your intelligence, and say what you have to say.
We've always been here and we always will be, so let's get comfortable with the idea of seeing a woman in charge.
Please join me in giving Amir a warm round of applause. Amir, please come to the stage.
There he is, the new Ali. Ali Barber, more like.
It's working. It's hardly an Adidas commercial. Shows you're better than them. I've been ready for years. Who's next?
If I see not even a hint of pregnancy after 101 nights.
Very specific.
I am very specific, young lady. You will not see next spring.
It feels wonderful. It's exciting. I've never been here before, and the festival here, the Red Sea Festival, is allowing me to show a film in a part of the world I've never been, so I'm eager to know how people are going to react. I'm very excited because showing a film to a new audience, it's a little frightening, but at the same time, you know what you've given. So there's a back and forth feeling of it was meant to be in a way, and at the same time, there's walking on a new path of wanderings. The idea of this film, first of all, came from Robert Redford, who saw the show and said to me at the end of it in my dressing room, "You've got to make a film out of this." So, okay, I found a way to put it together. And afterwards, it stayed in a drawer for 15 years because I was working as an actress and shooting back-to-back in different films. And then after 2.5 years ago, I had 2 people coming to me and saying, "We'd like to do something with you. Do you have a project?" And I said, "Well, I have those tapes I'd like to do one day." And so they agreed, and so it's how it came together. Akram Khan comes from Bangladesh, but he lives in London and was born in London. And when we had the idea of making this show together, the name of it is In I, and it was kind of a jump in the unknown because, first of all, we come from very different backgrounds, and he's into dance and I'm into acting, so there's work on the outside of the body and I'm more coming from the inside somehow. So our differences, we were wondering how it was going to work out. And I wanted to show all the layers we've been through and make the audience think that maybe they can go into a place they've never been before. Like I wanted to dance and he wanted to act. So we were responsible of each other's new art form. And you see in the film all the difficulties of it, but also the possibilities of it. Well, I wrote the film as I was watching the rushes because I got the rushes from the director Marion Stalins, who filmed us while we were rehearsing. And so she said to me there were lots of rushes she didn't use, so I was eager to know what was in. And also I used the footage of our rehearsal time because we had a camera while we were rehearsing. So having this 170 hours of rushes, I had to write the script as I was watching them. And it took me a while to understand where I was, because there were so many possibilities, but the equilibrium of not revealing too much because you see the show after. So avoiding the repetitions was very important to me.
Welcome the Queen, Aishwarya Rai. Well, I wanted to start from the start and from childhood because you grew up in an academic family, not in a Bollywood one. So were your dreams ever to work in the world of cinema and to even be famous? Was that something you'd ever thought of, when you were a child?
I come from a family more academically oriented. Nobody in my nearest relatives to the farthest have belonged to showbiz. So honestly, as a kid, never did I dream that this is where I would be having my career and enjoying such an incredible relationship with such a large magnitude of people through this career choice, because I did think it was still a career which would engage with people, with humanity. I always thought it was medicine.
Let's go back to when you first started loving the craft of cinema. I know the opportunities open up when you win a beauty pageant, when you are popular in Bollywood, but you really started loving it. You started working with Mani Rathnam, with all the directors that informed your career throughout the years. At what point did you decide, okay, this is for me, because the people I'm working with are making it a passion?
I was very fortunate to work with my guru Mani Rathnam to begin with. I was an avid admirer of his cinema. I loved his work as an audience member. So when he called on me to possibly work with him, oh my God, it was an immediate, natural yes, because I recognized that here's where I would get the opportunity to learn a craft that I wasn't officially trained for, but that would be in the right world. Also because, again, as I put it right at the outset, that it's a whole team of incredible talent that you get to engage with and work with. And life and experience is the greatest teacher. I believed that, and my choices reinforced that.
When you're in a very successful film, it's very easy to do the predictable second choice, but you always refuse that. You always chose depth, to versatility to predictability, and you took those risks, and they were courageous. When we met in the past, it was from Devdas to Pink Panther 2. There was Doom 2. There was Provoked. How important was it for you that your career become truly eclectic, even if the risks were involved?
Thank you for your appreciation, Rai. You've always been so generous with it, and that's what makes all the choices worth it, because at the end of the day, like I said, no one comes with a rule book that has everything laid out and you kind of can predict about your choices. I still feel, oh my God, I haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg. I mean, there's so much more still to explore. There's so many roles, there's so many personalities. I mean, look at this room full of people. You all have your own individual stories, which is so different from each other.
I wanted to explain what my family went through. I'm here to tell you how it started.
Shirin, ahla wa sahla. It's so nice to have you on the show. I have been following your career for so long. It's nice that we get to meet finally.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Well, let's talk about being at the Red Sea Film Festival and bringing the film here, All That's Left of You, and showing it to a pan-Arabic audience for the first time. How was it?
It's so exciting. Yeah, I had my first screening on Monday, and it is our Arab world premiere. So it was just fantastic, packed theater, very emotional responses. And
I can imagine.
It's amazing to be bringing it home, in a sense. You know, here were some of the most emotional responses that I've gotten for the film. No one ever thought any of this would happen.
How much did you have to research, or was it all something you knew, or what did you discover in the process of the research of the film?
Well, I did, during that 5 years that I spent really thinking about the story, I did immerse myself in different periods of Palestinian history.
Yes.
I read a lot of books. I read a lot of stories, and I thought about the structure of the film, the characters, and different things would come to me. So I did spend a good period of time researching, but the film is really inspired by my own personal experience, by my family, by my father. And so the family within the film is really fictionalized. The events of the film, the political events, are all based on true events. But also, I think one of the things I really love about cinema is that it speaks the language of emotion. So not only does it kind of give you something to think about, it makes you feel something.
بقول سيدو إن عنا بيت كبير وقيافة.
هذا كلام مظبوط.
طيب ليش إحنا مستكنين فيه؟
And it's been so eclectic for you. I mean, of course, you are very close to your heritage, but you have a very eclectic career. And how is it for you living in America at the moment and being able to stretch, the acting and directing exercise in all sorts of ways?
It's been actually really such a privilege and quite amazing, I have to say. I did things a bit unusually, you could say. Most people become actors and then become directors, whereas I really studied directing and really wanted to become a storyteller.
Yeah.
And then I kind of became an actor or pursued my acting within that realm of storytelling, because we are, in some ways, all part of this movement of kind of waking people up right now to our stories and showing them who we
talent
are
as well. It's showing them the talent that all of you can have with the successes that you do, that Ram Youssef has, that Muammer has. It's kind of given a different perspective to what was seen before, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, to be able to share that, to share our voices, our stories with the world right now, and to all kind of be part of this global community is really, it's been really beautiful.
Is it true that you directed an episode of All Murders in the Building?
I directed 6 episodes.
6 episodes.
Of Only
I'm a big
Murders
fan.
in the Building.
I'm a big fan of Only Murders in the Building, and it's how was that?
It was so fun. It was really, I have to say, probably one of the funnest shows I've ever directed.
إنسانيتك أيضا مقاومة. ما تنسى قوة إنسانيتك. هي الإشي الوحيد اللي ما في حدا بيقدر يسلبه منك.
So how do you see the near future? All That's Left of You is Jordan's entry for an Oscar nomination. So hopefully you get one. And what would you like the film to go? Where would you like it to go?
I mean, I'd like it to be seen as widely as possible.
Yes.
I would really like it to be seen in a kind of mainstream way, in the Arab world and in the Western world as well. I hope that, especially in the Arab world, that we can see cinema thrive more, that people can appreciate, especially through the films that are coming out now, that kind of communal experience of going to see a movie in the cinema.
I fully agree.
I think it's magical.
Nothing like the big screen for me.
Really?
Nothing like that experience.
It's really beautiful.
That's how I see it. That's my love for film.
Definitely, me too.
Thank you. It's very nice to meet you finally.
Thank you
for
too.
everything.
شو فايدتنا كأهل بس مش قادرين نحمي أولاد.
Tell a joke.
I think I'm getting a divorce.
What tipped me off was that I'm living in an apartment on my own. Yeah. And my wife and kids don't live there. That was probably the biggest clue.
Gentlemen, how are you?
Good. Hi.
Good. I saw the film at the London Film Festival. It's full of heart. I wanted to know how great the collaboration was, starting with the writing and then working together so closely on a story that has so much heart and real facts in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of the ideal scenario where you could work with your friends and work with your friends in an endeavor that you've never done before. And that was, from me personally, that was the case with Will and Laura, you know, who have both been my friends, especially Will for so many years, but even Laura for almost a decade. To then go into an arena that all of us have never done together and try to pursue something. It was, you know, it tested us. It was hard, but it was just, it couldn't have been a better experience on every level.
Yeah, I think also working on a subject matter like this, on themes that we can relate to, especially at this time in our lives, I think made it, you know, made it all that much better. Not exactly sure what happened. Came home from work one day. Someone said, "Is this thing over?" Pretty sure it was her. Probably should have paid attention. That's what she meant about not paying attention.
I want to ask both of you the opposite question, you know, for Will about Bradley directing actors as an actor himself, and you, Bradley, understanding actors as a director.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, it's such a benefit to have a director who understands actors and acting and what that process is. And even before performance, what that mindset is like, and what our fears are, and what our hopes are for, and all of that kind of stuff. And what was interesting about it was, you end up, I think, in a lot of ways, you can trust. Well, obviously, we knew each other, so that helped. You know, I didn't have to sort of discover that relationship and understand what it was. So I had that, and then Bradley's an actor, and he was able to help me kind of, in a lot of ways, help me throw out everything I thought about acting up to this point.
Bradley?
I think, you know, being an actor also, and acting for so many years in so many different scenarios, and then to be in a privileged position to be able to be a part of creating an environment on set. You know, I just knew so many elements that I felt hindered the acting experience on film that I was able to get rid of. And then all of the things that I knew helped me as an actor feel that I could do my best, and trying to create using all of those elements. So really just I always just try to create the ideal scenario that I would feel as an actor comfortable giving all of myself.
I've been doing stand-up.
Oh, I don't know how that is. That's a crazy handle. What, is she famous?
No. Dude, I've been doing stand-up comedy on stage downtown.
Okay.
What?
Is it like a hobby?
Well, I'm not about to quit my job and go on tour.
How much fun is it to deconstruct the bond you have in real life and reconstruct that, you know, kind of a little bit more awkward chemistry that the characters do?
You know, I have to say, I think that's one of those things where when you don't have much time, you know, and you're focused on other things, sometimes you just get lucky, and because you're open, whatever is naturally flowing between two actors in an imaginary circumstance just plays through. And that was really a lot of, you know, Balls was well sort of conceived. And I felt like it was very clear of who that character is. So it just was an easy thing to fit into. And then because I was with Alex for the lion's share of what Balls has to do in the movie, it was just, we didn't talk about it much. We just did it and moved on.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, we did it a couple times where we read it, where we did like a table, like you, me, and Laura, and we would we'd do the Alex Ball scene, and we'd look at each other and laugh, and move on.
Yeah.
And we never broke. We never dissected it.
No. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. They're wrapping me up. I really enjoyed the movie. It has a lot of heart.
Thank you.
My kind of film.
What, you tell jokes?
Well, I mean, I try. It's more like kind of funny stories from my life. And
oh, honey, I had no idea your life was this bad.
Yeah, what's funny about your life?
This is why she threw you out.
Are we living through a period of wrecking ball politics, or rather a time of creative destruction, ushering in a new world order? The Munich Security Conference dominated headlines again this year, with Germany's Chancellor warning of a deep divide between Europe and the US. We'll debate the big takeaways here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. European leaders would have arrived in Munich over the weekend with a sense of dread. Who can forget this from US Vice President last year?
If you're running in fear of your own voters, there is nothing America can do for you. Nor, for that matter, is there anything that you can do for the American people who elected me and elected President Trump.
For many, that speech was a stab in the back, and the wounds still haven't healed. The US representative this year, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, certainly adopted a softer tone, but warnings of Europe's civilizational erasure and political decline remained.
We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage.
The German Chancellor didn't mince his words. He said, the world order as we know it no longer exists.
In the era of great power rivalry, even the United States will not be powerful enough to go it alone.
So on this episode, we'll debate if Chancellor Merz is right. Is the old world order finished? If the US is interested in repairing transatlantic trust, and what the other great power, China, will take away from all this infighting. Joining us for this discussion is Nadia Shadlow, a former Deputy US National Security Advisor and currently Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute. Sir Michael Fallon is with us, former British Secretary of State for Defence. And rounding out the panel is retired Commodore Chitrapu Uday Bhaskar, Director of the Society for Policy Studies, an independent think tank based in New Delhi. Welcome to all of you, and thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Well, it felt like we were all sort of going into this year's Munich Security Conference waiting for the other shoe to drop. Everyone sort of had this nervous patience to see if the US was going to repeat last year's lambasting of the EU and double down on what the Trump administration has called the civilizational erasure of Europe. Well, Marco Rubio's speech wasn't as much of a bombshell as J.D. Vance's the year before, but some traditional allies are still cautious. Germany's Chancellor went as far as to say a deep divide has opened between Europe and the US. Nadia, let's start with you. Is the German Chancellor right when he said at the conference the old world order is finished? And if it is finished, is that a good or a bad thing?
He's right in that elements of the old world order are finished, but I would characterize it more as an opportunity for renewal and reordering. It's a renewal and a reordering of a different set of arrangements to achieve better outcomes. So that sounds a bit policy wonky, but what I mean by that is that if we look at the outcomes that the international community wants, the so-called international community wants, the US and its allies and partners, the existing global order has actually been pretty mixed about delivering those outcomes. And I'm happy to sort of go into that later, prove the points, hear my fellow panelists' view. But the Chancellor is right in that we're seeing a different type of order emerge, and I think that's a good thing.
Sir Michael, what do you think? Do you agree with Nadia that maybe this reordering is underway and that it is a good thing?
Well, first of all, I agree with her. It is underway. Clearly, it's underway. We're seeing a more assertive China, a more assertive Russia. We're seeing America responding to that quite reasonably. And clearly, we're a long way away from where we were, say, 20, 25 years ago, when the wall came down and we thought all these countries would become members of the WTO and be liberal democracies happily trading with each other. We're a long way away from that now. But I don't agree this is with the Chancellor that this is a great divide. I think we're going to see a reset, and we're going to slowly get both sides, I think, to understand each other a bit better. We have to understand in Europe that America has other priorities. It's got stuff closer to home, like Cuba and Venezuela and so on, and perfectly entitled to give more prioritization to its own homeland. But we've also got to persuade the Americans that they too have an interest in a strong alliance in Europe, and indeed in working with allies. The interception of the tanker out in the North Atlantic wouldn't have been possible or practical without specific help, for example, from the United Kingdom. So I think we're going to reset, and I hope into a more mutual understanding that we need to work together on this new assertiveness, particularly the assertiveness of Russia and China.
We're going to
completely agree with with Sir Michael on that, in terms of it not being a divide. We're working through differences of opinion on certain issues, but the fundamentals are still there.
They are still there, and I think, if I may say so, language, of course, is important. But I felt last year there was an awful lot of what we call pearl clutching when Vice President Vance made his remarks. And I think we got overexcited by that. If you look at what Rubio has said last week, if you look at what Elbridge Colby has said in Brussels a couple of days before, this was, these were tough, assertive speeches, and we need to analyse them, and we need to see how we can work with them.
Retired Commodore Chitrapu, what do you make of this? Do you see it as a great divide? Do you see it as maybe a necessary reordering? How do you assess what we're seeing in the wake of the Munich Security Conference?
My interpretation would be that what we are seeing is more of a transmutation. Your opening sort of observation about the current global strategic framework. Has it been transformed? Has there been a complete breakdown? I would qualify this as a case of transmutation as opposed to transformation. And the reason I say that is to agree with what Professor Nadia just said, that the critical fundamentals are in place, which is that the United States and, quote unquote, the Western alliance, which is currently bewildered because of what is happening in the White House and what President Trump has said and his officials when they have come to Munich, the Vice President Vance last year and the Secretary of State this year. My take is that the EU and the European Union, as it were, is bewildered. But the reason why the fundamentals are in place is that for the United States and the West, Russia and China still pose a strategic challenge. How they'll deal with it, I think, is not very clear. So which is why I'd like to suggest that it is a transmutation. It's a certain state of flux. We don't know the end state as yet. And perhaps in Munich, we saw a bit of that. I just heard Sir Michael talking about, say, for instance, the UK view, or what the German Chancellor said. And I think, some of the speeches, if you pass them carefully, you see the United States making it very clear that the Americans are basically European, that there is a whole heritage issue there. And from the United States, I think there is a kind of a feeler not to repeat what happened last year when the Vice President, as you said, lambasted European Union.
There was certainly a lot of pearl
very
clutching, as Sir Michael described it. I mean, I feel
It was
like
very close
12
and it
months
was
on, we're still
very, I
feeling
would say,
those
uncalled
ripples.
for. But what we are seeing, Nadia, I just want to, sorry, Melinda, I want to finish this point saying that perhaps what we are seeing is the normalization of deviance. Now, there is chapter and verse about this particular formulation about deviant behavior and deviance as applied both in sociology and in international relations. And to my mind, as a security analyst, I think what we are seeing is the United States, which is lowering the median of deviant behavior, deviant conduct of policy, from what the world was familiar with post-World War II. I mean, that's the way I'd frame it.
Nadia, I know you want to jump in on that. Are we seeing the normalization of deviance?
No, absolutely not. We are seeing a pushback against, so with due respect, Commodore, I disagree, but that's what makes these programs fun. I think we are seeing a clash between two operating systems, between two approaches, between a global approach that has predominated and grown stronger and stronger since 1945, and a shift toward a state-centric approach. We are seeing a clash of two ways of doing business, so to speak, of two ways of solving problems, two ways of thinking about what's the best way to solve problems. I don't think a state-anchored approach is a deviant approach. I think it's actually always been it's been a part of international politics since the very beginning of the Westphalian system of the nation state. And we're seeing a tension between the two with President Trump and many others too, unabashedly saying we need to begin from the state level and from solving problems at the state level. And this is part of the reason, actually, we're seeing these tensions with our European allies and other friends around the world. Europe is exhibiting this tension itself. Is the EU the right approach to solving problems and to dealing with many of the issues that Europe's facing? Or does power need to shift back toward the state? This is part of the give and take of the politics of Europe today. Populism, new political parties pushing back. So I think it's a really legitimate debate and one that we're still having.
Yes, and I think
it's unfolding, shall I say? It's unfolding now, and we're going to see where it goes over the next year. But it is an active, ongoing debate that is. I would not characterize as deviant. I would characterize it as an alternative to the current system.
Mm-hmm. Commodore, I want you to respond to what Nadia has given commentary on, and then Sir Michael will bring you in after that.
Well, very briefly, I think I would like to respond to Professor Nadia, what she said. Professor Nadia, Secretary Nadia, whatever, right, title. But, when I use the word deviant and deviance, I was talking about the principles that underpin what we understood as the rule-based international order post-World War II, where the United States was seen as the leader of the West, the leader of the liberal democratic values, and everything that was seen as quote-unquote good in relation to Moscow, the former Soviet Union, and what was seen as the containment of communism, authoritarianism, and all the principles that were deemed to be negative. It's in that context I'm making a broader point that the normalization of deviance or deviant behavior by states. I'm with you about state-centric approach in international relations. I don't see that as a deviation. My reference to deviance and deviation is that if you look at the last few years, I would make the case that from Gaza, the invasion of Ukraine, and even the Epstein files and that whole rather unsavory episode, which is now churning the world, United States in particular and parts of Europe, to my mind is a representation of the normalization of deviance. Gaza for sure. I mean, what happened in Gaza, which was being accepted, as normal to me as an analyst, was the normalization of deviance. Ditto for Ukraine. Russia invades Ukraine and what followed after that. And at a sociological level, a socio-political level, I think this very unsavory episode of the Epstein files and all the luminaries who have been incriminated, or at least aspersions being cast on them, to my mind, again, is a representation of the normalization of deviance.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll rest my case there. I'm sure Sir Michael would.
Okay, yeah, so Michael, jump in there and then we'll hand it back to you, Nadia.
Yeah, sure. I don't agree with that, I'm afraid, because when you talk about deviant behaviour in the United States, has intervened to try and bring Iran to heel, has tried to bring about and is bringing about a peace settlement in Gaza between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And where it can, the United States has not withdrawn. On the contrary, it is still trying to uphold some of these principles that you think it's deviated from. But I want to go back to, this bigger point about the European reaction and what I call the pearl clutching. I think it is because the United States has pointed out that upholding a rules-based order imposes obligations on all of us, and that for far too long, America has been carrying an awful lot of the international democratic order. And the reason I think these speeches have hit home and have hurt home in Europe is because they're revealing a truth. 80 years after the end of the Second World War, we still have 80,000 American soldiers guarding our freedom on the eastern frontier of NATO. When are the Spanish going to turn up? When are the Belgians going to turn up? What is happening now, I think, is the Americans are saying quite reasonably, we have our own priorities nearer the homeland. You have long pledged to increase your defence spending, and it's time you did that and ceased to rely on some of these capabilities that you've not bothered to provide for yourselves.
Nadia, what do you say to that? And has the US-led world order been a success, or has it been too successful that now everyone's taking it for granted? Has it been a failure, and that's why the US is pivoting away?
It's been mixed. President Trump and his team now at the White House and in the first Trump administration argued, and I think quite persuasively, that elements of that order were not advantageous to the United States. They focused on the areas in which the U.S. had been harmed or disadvantaged, whether it was global trade, whether it was as Sir Michael pointed out, providing more for our allies and partners in terms of outright numbers, defense spending numbers. So they sought to correct that. And I think the correction now provides us with an opportunity to create a stronger set of cooperative arrangements between the United States, its allies and partners by focusing, as I mentioned, on outcomes. I have a piece coming out this week in Foreign Affairs in which I sort of prove these points, I think, more with more detail and data, that if you look at the outcomes that this global order sought to achieve, climate being a key one, which I think is probably of interest to your audience, but also development goals, migration, non-proliferation, it has not done that well. It has, in some cases, outright failed. Climate outcomes are fundamentally no better than they were 25 to 30 years ago in terms of emissions by the UN's own standards. Development outcomes have not achieved what the UN has been saying for decades and decades and decades. These are hurting, especially in the development realm, hurting the people that could most benefit. So looking at new approaches and measuring outcomes, I think is really, we could challenge ourselves to do that in a way. It's easier to focus on processes, right? Everyone likes to focus on process, but let's focus on the outcomes we want and then working backwards. And I think that's going to be the real strength of democracies working together to achieve better outcomes.
So, Michael,
can I come in on two points?
Please.
One, I think what Sir Michael just said about the United States and the way it has conducted its policy to suggest that what President Trump has done is a continuation of what the United States did in the past, to my mind again, is extremely generous to the current Trump policies. And the example I'd like to cite is that after 9/11, September 2001, when the United States was attacked by a terrorist group, the way in which the US responded was that it was able to persuade the global community that it needed to act in a certain manner, and which is why we had the US bombing of Afghanistan and whatever followed in the global war on terror. Now, that is very different from the unilateral action that President Trump has taken and accorded unto himself, that he will be the judge, jury, and the executioner, as it were, when it came to the Middle East, or what we refer to as West Asia. Yes, Hamas October 7 was absolutely tragic, dreadful, to be deplored, to be condemned. But why I come back to deviance and deviant behavior is that if the United States endorsed, tacitly or otherwise, what happened in Gaza, to me, as an outsider, as an analyst, it is lowering the bar of rectitude of how a country like the United States, which was always held up as being a global leader, had conducted itself. Now you can add what happened to a president who was abducted. And there were various other instances where the US just unilaterally decided that it would act, for instance, against Iran. So that is what I mean by deviance and deviant behavior. This is not a moral judgment. I mean, we are often told that big powers will do whatever they want to do, whatever they wish to do, and all the lower and smaller powers will accordingly trim their sails and accommodate and come to terms with that. But so we are looking at a new medium. That's one. And I want to come back to climate if there's time, Melinda, but if I should wait, I'll wait my turn.
Let's put a pin in that for the moment, and we'll come back to it, because I want to make sure we get across another couple of topics as well. Before I move us on to being a bit more centred on Europe's relationship with the US. So, Michael, I just want to ask you, before we do move on, what do you make of that idea that perhaps this is creative destruction, as we saw referenced in a report from the Security Conference? Is it maybe needed that we kind of do things differently, whether they be good or bad, as the Commodore there was saying, not the way we would expect the US to comport itself, but is this creative destruction?
Well, I think Gaza is an unfortunate, example to choose. I don't think it would have been possible for the Americans to have intervened on the Israeli response to what was a terrorist outrage of a scale that they themselves had suffered in 9/11. And they'd have been pretty cross if anybody else had tried to prevent them dealing with 9/11. So I don't think that's a particularly good example to choose. I think there are better examples. The Allies have come alongside America in toughening up the sanctions on Iran, indeed being party to the bombing of the nuclear facilities in Iran. That was very important. Sitting alongside American ships in the Strait of Hormuz, helping the Americans police sanctions on oil tankers. These are current examples of where the Allies have been working together. When you look through the rhetoric. But in terms of your very direct question, there is certainly an awful lot for the Europeans to be doing, and they've been promising to do it for a very long time. And if you may recall von der Leyen's speech in Munich, where she said we've got to get going and replace our dependence on American enablers, the air-to-air refueling, the missile systems, the heavy lift, and the stuff that we always need the Americans to help us on. Well, why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we getting European companies to cooperate on that? We're notoriously bad at that. We're not just underspending. Our forces are undernumbered. They're underpowered at the moment, and they don't claim a rightful place alongside the Americans in the Western alliance. So we have much to do as a result.
I want to pick up on that and open up this next chapter of our debate into more of a focus on the US-European relationship, because this was the first major gathering of world leaders since President Trump openly threatened Greenland's sovereignty. Leading into this year's event, the conference chairman said allies were less certain they could rely on the United States. And a major report released by the conference organisers said US wrecking ball politics, and I quote there, was threatening established principles of cooperation. Nadia, during the conference, the French President Emmanuel Macron said Europe must be prepared for independence from the US. Do you think the US is interested in repairing its transatlantic trust, or has that ship sailed and the US has now firmly put its attentions elsewhere?
I think Secretary Rubio's speech made it clear that we are firmly entrenched in Europe, and that the relationship is an entrenched one and an important one and a central one. And the key parts of the national security strategy, the national defense strategy, reinforce that. There's a lot of attention to this pivot, but both strategies articulate a concept of balance of power, regional balances of power, and Europe is central in both documents. because there's more attention paid to the Western Hemisphere doesn't mean it diminishes the role of Europe. I think this is something also that Bridge Colby reiterated. So I think now, as Sir Michael pointed out, we need to basically move toward the nuts and bolts of doing that, of reinvigorating the defense relationship in a meaningful way, increasing Europe's capabilities. I think it would be a dramatic mistake to go independent. I'm not sure what that means. Europe needs, it would be a mistake to deplete NATO at the expense, that would hurt, in my view, the transatlantic relationship. Europe should work through NATO, where these defense capabilities have been built for decades, and strengthen its pillar within NATO. I personally think it's a mistake to focus on the European Union for European defense capabilities. I think NATO is the better way to go to continue to cement that transatlantic relationship. And just one quick point on U.S. actions and the previous discussion. I think it's always been consistent that protecting our national security, and I think this is the view of many states, first and foremost should come from the United States. That actions to do that should not be beholden to the international community. That in an ideal world, you want that dialogue, but in the end, if the U.S. thinks it's in its benefit to take action, I think that's sort of the norm, and that's the way national security works.
Well,
doesn't mean you don't need allies and partners, but it means if the broader community doesn't agree, you're still beholden to what you believe is your national security in your best national security, and you should have the capabilities to protect that. And I think that's how the current White House sees things.
Mm-hmm. So, Michael.
Well, I agree with most of that. I mean, I think, of course, the rhetoric that Trump has used about, he could even use force with Greenland, I think we have to discount a lot of that. It's perfectly right that if America believes it's in its national security to negotiate bigger bases or more mineral rights, or even some leasing arrangement for parts of Greenland, sure, it's nearer to its homeland than we are in in our part of Europe, and therefore that's something that certainly should be considered. Where I slightly differ from Elbridge Colby, and I've said this to him when he's been in London, is that I think the Americans also need to understand that these conflicts we're in at the moment are all interlinked. There are Chinese and North Koreans involvement in Ukraine at the moment. There are Iranian weapons over there. The Hamas leaders have been to Moscow. These conflicts right across the world are increasingly interlinked, and therefore it is in America's interest, that we do still have a strong Atlantic alliance and a strong European part of NATO that can help share this burden and actually free up the Americans to deal with stuff closer to home.
Mm-hmm. I agree, which is why I think President Macron, I think speaking of European independence strikes me as not advantageous to the transatlantic alliance.
No, well, we've had the community, is whatever it is, it's 70 years old now. We've had years in the Union to get together, to get our European companies together, to properly cooperate on the kind of military hardware that's so important to defend a continent. And we failed to do that. And there's a latest hiccup over the French-German new fighter jet it's just one example of that. We're proceeding in Britain with an alliance with the Italians, and we'll see whether the others join in. But the honest truth is Europe isn't very good at this, and we haven't been good, at responding in a European way to the threats that are here on our continent. It's our continent that's been invaded. It's not the United States of America, and really we should have risen to it. We promised, by the way, back at the summit in 2014 to spend 2%. It took nearly 10 years before NATO did spend 2%. We're still not spending at the new target. We're nowhere near it. The countries on the eastern frontier, like Poland and the Baltics, they've risen to it, and they are spending more. But the rest of Western Europe needs to do so as well. We can't simply go on relying on the Americans.
Commodore, what do you make? I know you wanted to jump in there.
I just want to jump in and make 2 points. One, I just wanted to say that I found some of the observations by Sir Michael and Professor Nadia very instructive. But the larger point is about, can Europe go alone? Can it take a different path from the United States when it comes to its own core security and strategic interests? I'll just make one broad point as a naval person, as a sailor. To the extent that major powers are invested in strategic deterrence, and this strategic deterrent is the ballistic missile submarine, the SSBN. And currently there is a certain global balance in terms of how that deterrent is maintained by the major powers, the United States, UK, France in the Western Alliance, and what Russia, China, and India now also have. There is what I would call as a certain status quo. My reading as a sailor is that Europe cannot go it alone as far as the deterrent at sea is concerned. They are heavily reliant on the United States. So to my mind, that is not an option. It would not be a prudent option if the European Union and the security leadership in Europe wants to remain invested in that kind of a deterrent. Will AI, will technology give you new options? That's a question mark. So that's the first broad point. The second is when I hear Michael and Nadia talking about the way in which the United States and Europe would find a modus vivendi, would it be fair to extend the point made by Professor Nadia that the United States will act depending on its own core national security interests and the way it perceives them? I mean, that is the broad reduction, if I've understood her right. In which case, if next month, in March 2026, the White House comes to a determination that come what may, Greenland has to become part of the United States because it is in our core national security interests, then would Europe have to go along? Or would there be a divergence within Europe about that? So these may be a bit stark, but to my mind, again, it appears that Europe has very few options. That when it comes to hard power, by the time Europe ramps up its defense spending, is able to invest in the really credible kind of macro strategic power, it will take time. In the interim, you have Moscow, you have Ukraine, you have President Putin, and whatever be his agenda, I'm sure there's an anxiety in most European capitals. So there are very few credible options for Europe in terms of going alone. That's the limited point I wanted to make.
Yeah, okay. But the most credible option we have, I buy all of that. The most credible option we have is the NATO alliance, actually. It's not the European Union, as the professor has said. It is the NATO alliance. And yes, I'm sure we can strengthen the nuclear side of the NATO alliance. The French deterrent could be more closely committed to the alliance. We could extend the use of dual-use aircraft, long promised but not yet delivered. We could have other countries beginning to share the burden. But none of this gets away from the main point, that it is our continent that's under attack, and we need to do far more to be ready to defend it.
We're talking about whether Europe can go it alone, but Germany's Chancellor Merz said that the US is not powerful enough to go it alone. Nadia, what do you think of that?
I don't think we want, I guess it depends what measures of power. I mean, certainly I think we do have, we're close to having the most powerful military in the world. I mean, it depends. China is clearly up there in terms of its significant capabilities, and Russia. I don't think we want to go it alone, and nor does Europe want to go it alone. I think, again, to go to the beginning of the conversation, we're trying to develop now a reordering to make both of us stronger, the United States and Europe, and working on shared capabilities, but making all of that real, not just talking about it, not just spending years in bureaucratic discussions where you're not achieving outcomes. So it really does go partly to updating these processes and approaches to reflect that outcomes matter. So to Sir Michael's point, can Europe do something different today than it did 10 years ago in terms of cooperative defense programs? I think it can if it really wants to, but that means making trade-offs. That means reducing the regulatory climate. It means increasing investment, an open investment climate that brings in U.S. capital, which is there and wants to be there. It means doing all of those things differently to focus on outcomes and time. It's really striking if you look at how fast China can act often. It really acts with speed and agility in many ways. And how can we, the West, our allies, our partners, India, Europe, and the United States, work with time in mind so that we get to the outcomes we need and we must have. So that's how I put it. I don't think we want to go it alone. The whole part of the national security strategy is balance of power, regional balances of power, shared responsibility, working with other countries, but in new ways that are actually more effective and make us stronger.
Now, I know that, if I could just interrupt just for one moment, Commodore, because Sir Michael needs to leave us. He has time restraints. So I just want to thank you, Sir Michael, for your time here on the panel. Sir Michael Fallon, former British Secretary of State for Defence, thanks for being here on Counterpoints, and we'll remain with our current two guests for the last sort of 5 minutes of our show. Sorry, Commodore, go ahead. I just wanted to acknowledge Sir Michael before he had to leave us.
No, a very brief, again, two-finger kind of observation on what you said about the German Chancellor and his observation that for the United States also going alone may not be a prudent option or something to that effect. I think, there is something to be said there about the US is clearly the world's most powerful military. There's no doubt about that. It has a very credible naval profile underwater. The deterrent is something which I think is distinctive. But, and this is the but, that at the moment, the strategic deterrent has the kind of texture, the kind of characteristics it does have because of the close US-NATO kind of alliance and partnership. And again, coming back to Greenland, I'm sure all the professionals know about this. We talk about the GI-UK, the Greenland-Iceland-UK gap. That was always a very important kind of a, shall we say, domain in underwater deterrence, particularly in terms of the former Soviet Union and preventing them from entering these waters and so on. So the United States has been dependent to a certain extent on Europe and the kind of capabilities it brought to the table, both in terms of surveillance and the other, shall we say, elements of hard power. So were the United States to decide that it will go it alone because Europe has made a political choice, that in my mind would be a very imprudent choice for Europe. But if it were to happen hypothetically, the US would have to rewire and it would have to invest and reallocate its resources to be able to maintain the same credibility. And I'm only talking about the underwater deterrent at this point in time. So to that extent, I think the German Chancellor did have a point in what he was saying.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you. Nadia, a quick response from you, and also we're almost out of time, so I just want to quickly bring in to both of you. We've seen the UK, EU, both having discussions with China and India respectively recently. Do you think the US's actions, the way it has been behaving on the world stage, has accelerated this rise of China? Nadia, I'll put that to you first.
If I have to answer yes or no, I would say no. Yeah. I would say no. China's rise has occurred because of its deliberate sets of policies to dominate global supply chains, all of its entire economy, its overcapacity, it's the way it approaches its economic growth. China has grown because of the deliberate set of policies to dominate, as I said, global supply chains and the inputs into our system. Now, if India and if Europe want to increase their dependencies on China, I think that would be short-sighted in terms of their own actions. They need to think about what's good for their economies, their ability to reindustrialize, their ability to manufacture, look at what's happening to German car industries, EVs. These are decisions that European publics and the Indian public and Indian leaders and European leaders need to think about, because the United States perhaps puts things in stark terms, and perhaps people get very agitated by the style of President Trump and the way he approaches things. That's fine, but we knew that the first term. He speaks in this disruptive way. He often puts things in ways that are off-putting to others. But the core issue is what is good for Europe over the long term and what is good for India over the long term. And that should be the key questions for both parts of the world.
We're almost out of time. Very briefly, Commodore, what do you think? Has the US pushed its traditional allies towards China?
Yeah, I think a Twitter response would be that the rise of China, is it linked to Donald Trump? The answer is no. I think the rise of China was following its own trajectory. But what has definitely happened is that the appeal of China as an option has increased. Definitely in the last 1 year, many countries outside of Europe, outside of North America, have seen the fickleness of the US president, the inconsistency, the policy lurches, and have looked at China to see whether it can provide something in terms of the larger collective good. And I want to circle back to climate change. There isn't enough time. I don't
Very briefly, if you can, Commodore, we're almost out of time.
Very briefly, I think this question about outcomes and processes. Now people are, outside of these two countries, the US and Europe, are looking at China. Can it provide leadership, for instance, in climate change? It may not be a yes, but they are looking at China. So I think the appeal of China has acquired more traction pre-Trump than it has now. That's my limited point.
Thank you so much. So many interesting points. I wish we had more time, but we are going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us on Counterpoints. Nadia Shadlow.
Such a pleasure. Thank you, Commodore.
Thank you.
Such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much.
Former Deputy US National Security Advisor, retired Commodore. Thank you for being with us. Chitrapu Uday Bhaskar, from the Director of Society of Policy Studies. And we had to lose Sir Michael Fallon a little bit earlier, former British Secretary of State. Thanks to all of you for your opinions and your perspectives. And always, we are nothing without your viewership from home. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of the Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, Formula E is the world's first all-electric world championship, bringing together high-speed racing and cutting-edge technology. Well, now in its 12th season, the series has just made history as the first sport ever to achieve B Corp certification, underlying its commitment to sustainability and innovation. Well, with the championship in Jeddah for the E-Prix, we're joined now by the CEO of E-Prix, Jeff Dodds, to talk about the future of electric racing and what it means for Saudi Arabia and the world. Jeff Dodds, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to ask you, first of all, what makes racing in Jeddah and in particular in Saudi Arabia so special for Formula E?
Tom, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Delighted to be on the show. We've raced in Saudi, I think, since 2018. So we've been coming here for a while, but we previously raced in Diriyah, Riyadh, and we only moved across to Jeddah last year. So even between those two locations in Saudi Arabia, it's been incredibly different. The kind of pure street circuit in Riyadh with the sand blowing across the track and making it very difficult for the cars, to this incredible purpose-built facility here in Jeddah on the Corniche. So we come here, the weather's perfect. It's always, the hospitality is always wonderful, and the setup here, the road circuit here, is incredibly fast and incredibly technical. So it's a real favourite of our drivers, and seems to set up very well for our style of electric racing, which is very close combat, very sharp elbowed, and yeah, always delivers a really exciting race. I think last year the winner in the second race here went on to win the World Championship. So it's also a good indicator of who's likely to do well across the city.
Okay, thanks for that, Jeff. I mean, how important is Saudi Arabia to Formula E and to your long-term growth prospects?
We've been racing here for a long time. The Saudi partners have been incredibly important to us. So we have sponsors that are Saudia, the airline, SABIC, the chemical company, and the PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. So we're well supported by not just the businesses in Saudi, but also by the Saudi government here, who allow us to come and race on this incredible circuit. So we've had many enjoyable years here, and our hope would be to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of our race schedule for many, many years to come. So no, incredibly important part. It's also the first night race we do in every season. So we go from these kind of more traditional styles of Grand Prix, or E-Prix as we call them, to this first night race, which is two races on Friday and Saturday night in Saudi, at night with the drones and the fireworks and this incredible backdrop here. So it marks a real spectacle in the calendar for us.
Yeah, I mean, sort of made for television, isn't it? And you've got a night race in Tokyo coming up as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so Tokyo is a really interesting city, Tom. So Tokyo only ever closes the city for one other sporting event, which is the Tokyo Marathon. We're the only other sporting event they close the city for. And Tokyo, for me, when I think about Tokyo, and I've been there many, many times over the years, but when I think about it at night. I think about the big neon signs and the kind of the TDK neon sign that's very famous, and this wonderful kind of nightlife. So bringing a race to Tokyo and doing it at night is super exciting, because you're going to get to experience those cars racing around the city and get to see it at night with those beautiful neon lights around.
Yeah, I mean, with the beautiful Corniche in Jeddah and the nightlife and the lights of Tokyo by night, I mean, with all of that, I mean, that's some seriously impressive backdrops. And I'm just thinking to myself as you're talking there, I mean, why don't you consider something a bit like Drive to Survive, you know, that Netflix series which did a lot for the image of Formula One? Why don't you do something like that?
Yeah, well, we actually have one. So we have a series. It's on Amazon Prime Video. We've only had 2 series of it now. It's called Driver. So anyone that hasn't seen it, by all means, go and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. But it's a slightly different style to Drive to Survive. So Drive to Survive is, it's slightly more soap opera-y in the way that it's designed. Ours is a bit more of an authentic look into the mind of a driver and what it takes to be a world championship driver. So we've started that journey ourselves, Tom, but obviously they're on Netflix, we're on Prime Video. Theirs is a slightly different take on the subject than ours, because there's no point just creating the same as them but for Formula E. So we do something slightly different.
Fair enough. Let's get back to Saudi Arabia, where you are right now in Jeddah. And, you know, we're talking about Formula E here, a sport that's still relatively new. A lot of people watching it there could be watching it for the first time. And I'm just wondering what you hope they will understand about Formula E.
We're in our 12th year, as you said earlier, and, you know, that would compare to someone like Formula One that's 75 years old or 76 years old this year. So we are comparatively a newbie when it comes to motorsport. If they were to come, though, and they like motorsport, the first thing is there's a lot of familiarity, right? You've got open-wheeled, single-seater racing cars screaming around here at incredible speed. The drivers will feel familiar to them. The setup will feel familiar to them. Maybe where the differences are, the first thing is we're all electric. So we're pure electric powertrain, which means 30% faster accelerating than a Formula One car. So they explode off of the line. Much more close combat racing. So the cars are much more tightly packed, which means you've got many more overtakes, much more sharper elbows. They don't reach quite the same top speed, but then they don't need to, because we're on circuit layouts that are much more tightly packed together, much more challenging. So I think if you came to watch it, the other big difference, of course, which everybody will reference, some people love, some people don't, is the sound is very different. So these will sound more like fighter jets, that very different sound to a traditional roar of a combustion engine. So I say, if you're coming to watch it for the first time with a family, actually you can watch the racing, enjoy the racing, still talk to the people with you, and maybe you go home with slightly less of a headache. But if you're more of a traditional motorsport fan, you are going to find that different.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about your sport, which is all electric, but F1 is kind of heading into your territory, isn't it? Because there's talk of hybrid engines with a 50-50 split between electric and combustion. How do you feel about that?
Well, so look, we're the only motorsport in the world that can race as a single-seater series, pure electric, as an FIA World Championship. So we are pure electric, 97% efficient powertrains, 100% electric. Formula One are, I mean, I use this word, but I don't use it in a particularly negative way, but it's true. They're kind of combining and compromising with two technologies together. So they have combustion engine technology, so a combustion engine, and then they'll have a powertrain and a battery to allow them to have an electric element. They're 50-50 at the moment, half the power coming from combustion, half the power coming from electric. As a result of making that change, the cars are actually a bit slower, or likely to be a bit slower this year than they were in the previous regulation. But I think that's probably as far as they go, because if they wish to add more electric, because they can't get rid of the combustion engine, they're likely just to get slower and slower over time. So I think this is probably about the right mix for them in their eyes. But yes, you're right in a sense that we started as a street racing championship, and Formula One have been adding street races to their setup, and we're a pure electric racing championship, and they're adding more electric to their infrastructure. So maybe we should be a little more flattered by that, but yeah, they're certainly moving more towards this direction.
Now, Jeff, I just want to ask you about something I was saying in the introduction, the fact that Formula E has just become the first sport to achieve B Corp certification. And I wondered, in simple terms, what does that mean, and why does that matter?
So it matters because sport is a relatively low bar when it comes to environmental and social sustainability. Formula E was founded not just to be an amazing motorsport, but also to support the energy transition towards electric vehicles, but also to show that sports can also be sustainable properties. So under the old definition, we have been net zero from day zero. So the focus on sustainability here is built into the way that we run a business. When I arrived just under 3 years ago, my challenge to the team was, we were talking about being the most sustainable sport in the world and the most socially, number one ESG sport in the world, but sport shouldn't be our benchmark, because sport notoriously is not that high in terms of its watermark. So to become a B Corp, and there's only 9,000 companies in the world that are B Corps, you really have to go through an incredibly intensive audit process, and it looks at every facet of your business, not just the core business, but how you work with your staff, how you treat your fans or your customers. It looks at every part of it. So to achieve that status and that certification is incredibly hard, but it's a very good discipline to go through for a business that prides itself on being sustainable. So we rewarded it very recently. We announced it just a few weeks ago, and it's an incredible testament to every member of the team here that makes sure everything we do in this business is as sustainable as possible.
Okay, now, Jeff, just picking up on what you were saying there, I mean, it echoes something else you've said, which is that Formula E is a bit like a living laboratory. And I just want to know whether, what happens on the racetrack. Does it really affect electric cars, the cars that people drive in the real world? And have you had any sort of energy storage or other kind of breakthroughs as part of all of that?
Yeah, so look, because we're relatively new technology, so the combustion technology is roughly 130 years old. So it's been in cars for a very, very long time. So any real benefits that can come out of that technology have largely been extracted. Battery electric vehicle technology is really only about 15 years old in terms of being on the road. So we're still unlocking benefits to that technology very, very, particularly in things like batteries. So the stories are not ours, but the stories belong to the individual manufacturer teams that are in this championship. So whether it's Porsche or Jaguar or Nissan or Stellantis, it's Mahindra, it's them that are unlocking the benefits. And you could talk to someone like Jaguar. Jaguar tell a lovely story of they discovered something in the way that the software worked between the battery and the powertrain on the racetrack, that they were able to update their road cars over the air with that upgrade in the software. And almost overnight, I think you had, it unlocked kind of 20, 30 kilometers more battery availability and range from something they learnt on the racing track. If you look at the new Porsche Cayenne, for example, the new all-electric Cayenne, it is stuffed full of incredible technology, a lot of which has been developed here in their racing program. So yeah, we're very much still seeing tech move its way from the racetrack into the road cars of our manufacturers.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Saudi Arabia as a venue and a place to stage an event like this. I mean, what's it like organising something in the kingdom as opposed to in Europe or the US, especially when it comes to regulation?
Well, all I can say is from our side, it's very straightforward, but that's possibly because we work with a local business here called CBX. They've been running motorsport events for many years. They're very established here in the kingdom, and they've worked with us for a number of years, and they do just an amazing job. So for us, my team would tell you it's probably one of the easiest races they do all year because you've got a state-of-the-art facility here. You've got a brilliant local partner that does a lot of the organising and makes it work smoothly. But look, for me, you arrive on the e-visa system into Saudi Arabia, incredibly hospitable welcome. We get to the racetrack, everything's set up for us, and it runs like clockwork. So, yeah, I have to say, if every race around the world was like this, and my team would find their work a little bit easier.
And just tell us, what do people usually tell you at an event like the one you're at there in Jeddah, especially if they're watching Formula E for the first time? What usually surprises people?
So they're blown away by the acceleration of the car. So I think they are absolutely shocked when they see these cars take off the line and just how fast they are. They're also surprised just how close the cars are racing and the gap. So, you know, you will split the entire field in qualifying by much less than a second. These cars are so closely matched and they race so closely together. So I think the things that would surprise them are the raw acceleration and then how combative the racing is and how closely matched it is.
Okay, Jeff, I want to ask you briefly about the Evo sessions that are being held there in Jeddah. You're bringing some global content creators to drive these Gen 3 Evo cars. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so look, we're always looking for ways to bring the sport to a new audience. We did the first Evo sessions last year with Mr. Beast in Miami and a number of other content creators, Brooklyn Beckham, Amelia Hartford, Yuka, just this kind of cool group of very highly followed individuals. It was very successful last year. Obviously, we learned a lot, and we will do the second Evo sessions here in Jeddah because the format worked, the facility here is great, but it's a very different group of content creators this year. So it's the sidemen and special guests. Kabi Lame, the very famous, I think the most followed TikToker in the world. Amelia Hartford's coming back for a second go. She loved it so much the first time round. But yeah, different group of creators, and they will take this product to their fan base, to their followership, and hopefully it brings us a new group of fans as a result of it. That's exactly what happened last year. And for us, it's quite an exciting way of engaging with a new community of fans.
Okay, Jeff, and just lastly, to wrap up this conversation, what sort of general direction is Formula E heading in? And where do you see it moving ahead and positioning itself within the wider world of global motorsport?
So we're a sports entertainment product. That's the first thing. So we're of course a world champion sport, a very serious sport, but we recognise sport and entertainment do not need to be different things. They're not mutually exclusive. Each generation of our car gets faster and faster. So the Gen 4 car, which will be launched later this calendar year, will be 70% more powerful than the current car, much higher top speed, much lower lap times. So the direction of travel around the car is to get faster and faster. Obviously, we're looking to continue growing fan base and media audience and to attract new fans, new manufacturers, new teams over time. So look, we're on a very steep upward trajectory. I think we're the second most successful sport launched this century, after the IPL, the Indian Premier League, the cricket league, obviously massively popular in India. But we're riding the tailwind of electrification. So we also expect, I think there'll be between 15 and 20 electric vehicles sold this year around the world. By 2030, the forecasts say that should be between 30 and 40 million. So we ride this tailwind of electrification.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us on what's been a very busy weekend for you. Jeff Dodd, CEO of Formula E, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and thank you very much indeed to you for joining us for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Iran's president says Tehran will never abandon its peaceful nuclear program following talks with the US in Geneva. Zelensky says Russia's strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure intensify as the latest round of peace negotiations focuses on land concessions. And French President Emmanuel Macron meets with India's Narendra Modi in a bid to clinch mega defence and technology deals. Now, Iran's president says Tehran will never abandon its peaceful nuclear program following talks with the US in Geneva. Earlier, Iran and the US reached an understanding on the main guiding principles. Iran's top diplomat had voiced hope of a new window of opportunity opening, but said it's also fully prepared to defend itself. This comes after local media announced that Iran had fired live missiles towards the Strait of Hormuz earlier today. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Chair of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University of the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, and Michael Jabri-Pickett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. Dr. Ellie and Michael, great to have you both in the studio. Lots of diplomacy happening today. Indeed. But let's start, Dr. Ellie, with the second round of talks between the US and Iran. They're happening in Geneva. We know they're indirect talks. Lots of different mood music coming out of these today.
That's true, indeed. And between what's happening behind closed doors and what's been declared or statements here and there, it's a bit confusing for those who are hearing it. But I guess we can say that the fact that we are in a second stage of negotiation, it means that negotiations are moving forward. Mm-hmm. So that's a good sign. However, I think we're still stuck at almost the same points that we've been stuck since the Obama negotiations, since the Trump first deal, first term, and now since the start of the negotiation. I think the key point is, will Iran have a nuclear program or not? And what does that mean practically? The breakthrough that we saw in the first stage of the negotiation was the fact that Trump gave in on something, which is the fact that Iran will be allowed to continue to have a nuclear program for civilian uses under the control of and supervision of the IAEA, but as long as the production is outside Iran. And then I guess part of the negotiation now to see what does that mean and how does it happen, how do we control, how do we supervise all of this. But even if we get settled on this, even if the negotiation on the nuclear thing specifically gets to a certain conclusion, we still have two very important things that are the ballistic missile file and the militias in the region file. Without these, Trump cannot claim that he has a better deal than Obama's. And with these, I wonder if the Iranian regime would continue to exist. If they gave in on the ballistic missile and on the militias in the region, or their role in the region in the broader sense, I'm not sure if the regime will be able to survive. I'm not sure if the regime, if all these are actually part of what the regime is, of the nature of the regime itself. This is what makes me a bit doubtful of the results of the negotiation, even if we are seeing some small steps here and there. Just one more reminder, if I may. If we think about the Obama deal, it was approved as a 6% of enrichment inside Iran under the supervision. And potentially, we know from scientific facts that up to 20% are still possible to be used in civilian uses, more than the production of electricity or energy per se. When the US withdrew from the deal, Iran did not only stop its cooperation with the international community, it raised the enrichment all the way to 60%. Some people say 80%. We're still speculating on that. If you are really truthful in the fact that you don't want a nuclear bomb, you don't need anything beyond 20%. But the Iranians did go much more than 20%. So this is what made them in trouble with the international community, with the IAEA, but also with the European Union and all other partners.
And it's interesting because if you're enriching uranium at 60 to 80%, that's got nuclear capabilities,
Definitely.
which is one of the reasons that the world has been so concerned about Iran. But what I find interesting is we're seeing this absolutely massive military buildup, US military buildup in the Middle East, around Iran, and I think it's so fascinating that Donald Trump says he thinks Iran wants to make a deal. They've got all this military lined up. Is this really the way to conduct diplomacy?
It's the way that Donald Trump conducts diplomacy. I think he very much acknowledges that there is a stick and carrot approach. Yeah. It's the way that we know publicly he likes to talk tough. Certainly on social media he does. And yet when there's face-to-face interaction, he's usually very collegiate. You know, when he welcomed Vladimir Putin to Alaska in August, you know, it was the red carpet, they shook hands, you know, they rode in the beast together. So he likes that approach. I don't know why it is the way that he operates, but he does like to sort of talk tough in a public setting, up on stage, and on social media. But when there's face-to-face, he's not as confrontational, it seems.
It is peace through power. That's his motto, in a way. So I'd scare you enough from my attacks to the extent that you would give me the deal that I want, as part of the art of the deal that he adopts. But I wonder if that's practically feasible. We haven't seen it give fruits anywhere yet. So,
well, he has ended, 8 wars, I think?
Yes, right.
We'll get into those wars at another time, actually, because there's a lot of that to discuss. But the big question, I think, here is what's at stake if these negotiations collapse? Because even though the meeting between US and Iranian officials didn't last long today, it was still a sign that they are moving forward.
But there is an awful lot at stake. There is US intervention, possibly a war. There's the fall of a government in Tehran, perhaps the attack of Arab Gulf states, and then the rise of Israel. Those are all of the big issues that are on the table. I think because of the military drills that are happening in the Straits of Hormuz right now, I think that the talk of war is a little bit premature, especially because I think we all understand that the U.S. would be in a very superior position if they were to attack Iran. And I think that we all acknowledge that Iran's best move is to negotiate and to extend those negotiations as long as possible. I don't believe that anyone is thinking that when you have the Abraham Lincoln here in the region and the Gerald R. Ford also coming, that Iran is going to be in a superior position. So for the Iranians and for the Americans, everybody understands that if there is to be an end game, it's probably going to be in the American favor. And so for the Iranians, it's in their best interest to have these negotiations and to drag them out for as long as possible. They are also fighting another battle, which is the one back home.
And that's so true. And I was thinking about this today. They're in a really tight spot, aren't they, the Iranian government, because they've got US pressure on one side, they've got domestic pressure building on the other side. And Iran likes to play the long game when it comes to negotiations, like you said. So will Donald Trump just run out of patience with this?
I think it is very possible, because he knows very well that the Iranians wish to drag these negotiations for 4 years and then hopes that there's a change in the White House and then they will deal with it, whatever comes. He clearly said from day one, I will not let it drag on, and we have specific timing to get to a specific deal. Now, the problem is, as Michael is saying, the military superiority is very clear. However, the day after is not clear at all. And this is what everybody's warning about, specifically the Arab countries, Turkey, all other allies of the US in the region. They don't actually have a clear plan for the day after, and they don't want to take the responsibility for the day after, as we have said many times on this show. I think everybody has a clear interest in reaching a deal. However, this deal remains elusive, as we discussed. The only player that I can think about that is not in favor of a deal is Israel. And they are really pushing towards either an ideal deal that suits their interest to the maximum, or they would prefer a clash. And they might actually initiate a clash and pull the Americans in, as they did in last June. We have to wait and see, but definitely everybody's interest is in a deal except for Israel.
Fascinating, the story. I find that we'll see how more unfolds as the talks continue. But thank you so much for your thoughts. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And expectations are low for the latest US brokered talks between Russia and Ukraine as fighting continues on the ground. Analysts say neither side appears ready to compromise, with talks focused on limited steps rather than a wider ceasefire. President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia is intensifying strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure, worsening conditions for civilians. Gosh, I must say one thing. They're putting in a shift in Switzerland, because Geneva's holding these US-Iranian talks and also the Russia-Ukraine talks. So it's very busy at the moment in Geneva. But let's talk a little bit wider, because we're coming up to the 5th-year anniversary of this war between Russia and Ukraine, Michael. On the eve of talks, Russia launched another attack. We see this happening. They intensify ahead of diplomacy. What do we know about these ongoing strikes? And it's obviously freezing cold in Europe. It's winter.
Even by Ukrainian standards, it's an incredibly cold winter. And so many Ukrainians are suffering in freezing conditions because the Russians continue to pound the Ukrainian infrastructure. But on this most recent attack, we've had, by all accounts, the Russians have hit 12 regions, 400 drones, 29 missiles. And they have hit residential buildings as well as railway infrastructure. Again, making it not just a military campaign, but a military campaign that's also involving civilians. And that, in turn, is going to put pressure on President Zelensky, because there's only so much that he can withstand before his people are in a position where they start to say, enough is enough. Now, if they can get through another winter, who knows what will happen in the summer? Perhaps that's a time when the Russians do then start to actually get into serious negotiations about a ceasefire or a peace deal. But for now, that hasn't happened. The other point of pressure that President Zelensky is going to feel is not just on the battlefield and not just if the civilians in non-fighting areas in Ukraine are freezing to death, but is also, President Donald Trump had said, it better come fast to the table. Yeah. And I think that when the person who is supposed to be offering you security guarantees is urging you to accept a deal publicly, where he doesn't seem to be saying something in the same vein to Vladimir Putin, that's going to make President Zelensky feel a little bit uncomfortable.
And I find this really interesting because I spoke to somebody a little bit earlier on my show and I asked him that question. Volodymyr Zelensky feels that he's had this huge amount of pressure from the US on Ukraine to capitulate, to give up more. Moscow hasn't had a similar pressure, similar heat from the US. But what this analyst was explaining to me is Russia is feeling the heat. They're feeling the heat from sanctions. They're feeling the heat from Europe. They've been iced out of these talks for 4 years until the US brought them back to the negotiating table. So it's difficult to say who's really facing the wrath here.
Definitely on one thing, I agree on the fact that in major crisis, somebody needs to keep the connection going in order to open doors for potential negotiations. And in Europe, nobody was doing that for their own valid reasons in a sense. But Trump did that and was able to do that while Biden had completely closed doors in that sense. This is valid, yes. But is Russia under enough pressure? I still don't think that Russia is feeling enough international pressure. I don't believe the European sanctions and the European pressure is enough to actually bring Putin to the table. I think only a serious US pressure and US sanctions can bring Putin to the table. Even internal dynamics and internal suffering that we hear about or we see in news here and there about the number of soldiers having to bring prisoners out into the military battlefield, having to bring North Koreans, having to bring people from overseas to work in the industry that has been all shifted towards the war industry. All of this, I think Russia can sustain all of this even for a year to come or more. A very serious US pressure is the only way to bring Putin to the table, and this is what's not happening. That's why we see Zelensky continuously asked for more giving in things more and more, while Putin is not. And the negotiations today seem to, as we saw in the news, that it is about land control and what's going to happen with that. While I think the actual key point is what Michael mentioned, is the security guarantees. This is the key term that will make or break that deal. What are these security guarantees? Who can give them? Who is willing to actually go into military action if these guarantees are broken? This is where all the discussion is happening, with Putin clearly saying no foreign troops in Ukraine and no joining of NATO, and that has been almost accepted by the US.
But when you talk about the pressure that maybe or maybe not is being applied to Vladimir Putin on behalf of the United States, there is something that I think tells you a little bit what Donald Trump is truly feeling, and it's the comments that he makes when he publicly tries to apply pressure on President Zelensky. To my ear, they're a little bit condescending, almost as though, and you said this earlier, as though obviously President Trump does not see President Zelensky as his equal. He doesn't speak in the same way as he does when he's speaking about Vladimir Putin. There's a little bit more sense of respect. Again, if we go back to that trip in August in Alaska, they were equals. And the one time I think that we saw President Trump and President Zelensky as equals was in the impromptu setting the Vatican when the Pope died. And they were there on the chairs, almost head to head where they were talking. And that verbally is not the same when Donald Trump is speaking.
One more very important point that you mentioned, everything is happening in Geneva. I just need to point out that in negotiations, technically speaking, nobody can handle these many files together at the same time. We're seeing the same people from the Trump administration handling Gaza and Iran and India and Russia. It is not possible. Humanly, it's not possible. But more importantly, from a negotiation perspective, you cannot be an expert on all these countries and all these files. We have people in the State Department that have worked for 50 years on Russia. They cannot be kept aside and Witkoff and others brought in to make a deal. So I think this is one of the things that are making these negotiations on all levels not really bringing fruits as fast as we want them.
And I think to your point, because you don't have experts in there, the men, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, don't know the points of pressure that can be applied like an expert who's studied it for decades.
Sure.
And I think that's when Steve Witkoff comes out and speaks to the American press after having visited Vladimir Putin, as he has for years, he sounds very much like Vladimir Putin would be speaking. And that is, I think, an unfortunate, it's a missed opportunity, and it's probably one of the reasons why we're about to enter the 5th year of this war.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Lots to discuss when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Let's move on now when South Korea is bracing for a verdict on whether its former leader will be sentenced to death. The country's special prosecutor has requested the death penalty for Yoon Suk-yeol over his short-lived martial law decree in December 2024. Chris Gilbert reports.
It's one of South Korea's most consequential court rulings in decades. Judges are set to deliver their verdict on insurrection charges against the former president Yoon Suk-yeol this week. Prosecutors are demanding the death penalty. His fate will be broadcast live from a Seoul District Court on Thursday. The sentence is over his botched attempt to declare martial law more than a year ago.
I declared martial law to protect the Free Republic of Korea from the threat of North Korean communist forces, to eradicate the despicable pro-North Korean anti-state forces that are plundering the freedom and happiness of our people, and to protect the free constitutional order.
The attempt only lasted a matter of hours before Yoon admitted defeat, issuing this apology only 4 days later.
I am very sorry and would like to sincerely apologize to the people who were shocked. Regarding the declaration of martial law, I will not avoid any legal or political responsibility.
In Korea, a charge of insurrection could mean death, life imprisonment with labor, or life imprisonment without labor. There has not been an execution since 1997, and a death sentence will likely mean life imprisonment without parole. 27 officials have already been indicted in the months-long saga. Prosecutors confirmed a scheme between Yoon and his former defense minister, Kim Yong-hyun, designed to keep Yoon in power, dating back to more than a year before the martial law attempt. Yoon has denied all charges against him. He says he declared martial law to fend off the, quote, wickedness that would ruin the nation, referring to North Korea. Yoon says it was within his powers to declare martial law and that it was aimed at sounding the alarm over opposition parties' obstruction of government. Regardless of his intentions, Yoon will know whether or not his actions will mean death on Thursday. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
So that's going to be broadcast live, Michael. That's something. I wonder how many people will tune in for that.
Oh, but in South Korea, thousands will definitely tune in.
That's going to be fascinating, isn't it? I think I might tune in too. But what more do we know about this expected ruling that's happening on Thursday?
Well, the report was incredibly comprehensive.
It stole all your sandwiches. Do you know? That is the most annoying thing in TV, when you're a reporter and the presenter steals all your sandwiches.
I'm just crossing out, okay, I can't say that, I can't say that, I can't say that. So what I find incredibly interesting is that prosecutors are adamant that they want the death penalty. That's the top line. That's the sexiest bit, and that's the most unfortunate for the former president as well. Mm-hmm. They are saying that 6 hours of martial law is what could lead to this man's death. And it also, December of 2024 is when it happened, and it created such an attractive, from a news point of view, a series of moments and pictures where you were just riveted. It was riveting TV. You were watching it unfold as parliamentarians were rushing in, and then the military was trying to rush in. Incredibly captivating news. And now the prosecution has said, despite the president saying wickedness that could ruin the country, the prosecution is saying, no, we are adamant that this former president has to be put to death because they believe his intent, which was to stay in power, deserves the maximum penalty.
And it's something that's so interesting. We just talked about the death penalty, and this would reignite a lot of conversations in South Korea about if the death penalty and capital punishment should still exist. And another thing, when it came to martial law in South Korea, I remember covering this story, was they've always seen themselves as a very strong democracy. And this was something that could have possibly let that house of cards fall. And it was really concerning to the South Koreans.
Yeah, definitely. On the issue of death penalty, I think you're very right to point that out. We know that since the end of the 90s, with the big rush of the European Union, but also of international law towards the banning of the death penalty, many countries still have it as law, but they haven't executed it, what we call a moratorium on the implementation of the death penalty. And this is the case of South Korea. I think the last case they have executed, they have implemented is in 1997. So it is very unlikely that the guy, even if he gets the death penalty, that it would be actually implemented. That's why probably, as the report said, it would be life without parole.
Absolutely fascinating, this story, and we will definitely see what will happen on Thursday when that verdict comes in. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. French President Emmanuel Macron is on a 3-day visit to India, holding talks with Prime Minister Narendra Modi amid a strengthening strategic and economic ties. The two leaders are discussing Indo-Pacific cooperation and launching the India-France Year of Innovation. Macron will also travel to New Delhi for the landmark AI Summit. So, Michael, let's start with you. Macron has obviously met Narendra Modi today. There's a lot of bromance pictures out there. It seems to be that the two leaders get on pretty well.
And also, his eye is apparently better.
Yes, of course, because he had the aviators on at the Munich Security Conference, was it?
No, Davos.
The aviators. They all sold out very quickly, by the way. So anyway, he's moved on from the aviators. But what can we expect from President Macron's visit to India?
So, big deals. I don't know if it's going to be the mother of all deals, as the
EU,
as the EU one deal was with India. But certainly, it's an opportunity for the middle nations to come to the forefront when we're talking about AI. Traditionally, and I say traditionally, I'm talking about over the last 12 months or so, it's been the U.S., and it's been China, and it's been the U.S. and China. But there are so many other nations, and India is incredibly well poised because of their highly skilled technical workforce and because of the mobility of that workforce to travel to other countries for working opportunities. And that's one of the deals that's going to be signed with the French president. It's also, from the French point of view, it's an opportunity for them to get in between India and Russia, because Russia has traditionally been India's biggest defense supplier of equipment. And now they're talking about, the Indians are talking about buying fighter jets from France. And it's also a relationship that is starting to develop trust as well, because there's going to be a transfer of technology, meaning that some of the fighter jets that the Indians are going to be buying are actually going to be built in India, which is very much a coup for the Indian Prime Minister. So there's so much that's happening. And this is one other point. This is one of the interesting dynamics that Donald Trump has created because of his unpredictability and because of his talk of tariffs and the imposition of tariffs, is that traditional bedfellows are not necessarily going to be staying faithful to each other. We have Canada and China, for instance. We had the EU in India. We have different parties around the world, trading partners, trying to find new dance partners so that they can make sure that there is a certain level of predictability moving forward. And this is what the economies and markets really rely upon.
Yeah, these shifting global alliances, we're definitely seeing them restructure a lot of relationships around the globe. I find it so interesting that we talk about AI, we talk about India, because we have to remember India is also the most populous country in the world. Definitely. It has the most people, so that is a huge market for the likes of France to tap into. And we're seeing this big AI summit there too. And I find it all quite fascinating what's happening in India at the moment. But do you think India could be a potential gateway to Europe and rival to China?
Definitely it is. From the same logic that Michael was mentioning, I think we have seen that seeking of different alliances, as you said, in the verge of or after, as a result of the American policies practically destroying the current world order. So people are searching for alternatives. But also we have to put that in the perspective of the eternal Indian-Chinese competition and rivalry on population, on market, on trade, on everything in that sense. And we've seen in the past years the Indian corridor through the Gulf countries into Europe as a competition to the Belt and Road Chinese initiative. We've seen the EU, the mother of all deals, etc. So I do believe that China is well positioned in a way to present an alternative to China, especially for countries like the EU, where values and systems actually account for something. I think the EU is much more comfortable dealing with India rather than China, simply on the basis of values of the democratic system that India has, of similarity in the way of thinking, and of liberal economy in a proper sense. So I think definitely the defense, the AI, the market, as you said, the labor force, the opportunities, the mutual opportunities, there's a big opportunity there, given the umbrella by the EU deal, and then every EU partner now is going for the maximum that they can get from, again, the biggest, most populous country in the world. And definitely it is a response to China's growth and the potential alternative to it.
It's a fascinating alliance because apparently, when I was reading about it, they have very historic roots. So it's Macron's 4th visit to India, so it's a natural partnership between both of them. But I don't know what your thoughts are of this, because Emmanuel Macron, he's been making an absolute stir on social media, because amid all this diplomacies in India for 3 days, he's met Narendra Modi, he's going to the AI summit. He managed to go for a run today on the streets of Mumbai, and he was running with all his security guards. There were pictures of it everywhere, and Narendra Modi congratulated him. I mean, fair play.
I also think it's an incredibly vulnerable moment where a world leader is running on the streets of another country. It gives the impression that you're almost a tourist. And I think that for a lot of Indians, they'll feel like, oh, our country is safe, we're welcoming, people can come here, go for a jog in the morning, stay healthy. And it's something that will endear you towards, in this case, all the Indians.
Yeah, I think it's great.
You're pushing me to give my opinion about Macron's policies again. I think the guy is a showman and nothing more. He's taking every opportunity to come up, as the cool guy, as again, the showman in everything that he does, in the way he acts, in the way he speaks, in the way he behaves in the international community. But we have to remind ourselves that this has brought France almost zero results so far. Let's hope this deal is a bit better in that sense. Because really Macron can account for very little achievements during all his presidency in France.
And I always think of Macron a bit like I think of Trudeau of Canada. Sorry, Michael.
Which one, senior or junior?
Junior.
Junior.
Because Junior Trudeau was absolutely fantastic on an international stage. He wasn't popular at home. And I think this is exactly what it is when it comes to Emmanuel Macron. Emmanuel Macron likes to be cool on an international stage, but France, he's not actually popular in his own country where he is.
Too close to home. They know him.
Yeah, they know him.
I will say that Justin Trudeau was very popular when he was first elected.
Yeah.
True.
And I can't remember when Macron first came to office how popular he was.
Well, again, he created a status and then a party out of nothing. He broke the right and the left, and he went through. So definitely he was that phenomenon. Right. Because the people were fed up from the traditional parties, he came in, He played the show and he attracted all the votes, and he created the whole phenomena of Macronism in France.
Not that he can get the budget passed, obviously.
No, that's a different case.
He's a showman without a budget. You know how it goes.
And a prime minister that doesn't seem to last very long either.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Michael, I must say, I absolutely love your story because it's about a luxury ship which disappeared from the face of the earth, but it's been found.
So it was a dark and stormy night.
Oh, was it?
This is how the story
It was a dark and stormy October 13th, 1872, when a ship, the Lac La Belle, 66 meters long, 217 feet for those who are still of the old imperial way, left the shores of Wisconsin into Lake Michigan, started to take on water uncontrollably, according to the Associated Press report. Turned around, they realized they weren't going to make it, and then there were lifeboats, and one of the lifeboats actually capsized, which led to the death of 8 people. Now, when it left shore, the Lac La Belle had 53 passengers. What I loved about this is that the ship was built before the end of the American Civil War. It was built in 1864, and it sank. So the Great Lakes, Michigan, of course, is one of the Great Lakes. It incredibly cold, and that's helped. That cold water helps preserve the shipwrecks, and amazingly, in the Great Lakes, of which there are HOME5, excuse me, I had to do these sort of old acronyms, HOMES, for those of you who remember it. There are 6,000 to 10,000 shipwrecks still undiscovered in the Great Lakes.
Absolutely fascinating.
6,000.
It's a lot.
Wow.
I know. I was looking actually how deep it was, because it'd take 150 years to find it. And I was thinking, gosh, it's got to be pretty deep. It's not that deep. It's 35 meters deep. But apparently freezing cold, bad visibility makes it very difficult to find these shipwrecks. But with all the new sonar technology that's now in place, people don't have to dive and look for them anymore. They can use all this radar, which is probably going to uncover a lot more shipwrecks. But it's an interesting story.
Yeah, you can now go, I would imagine you'd be able to go out to one of the lakes and essentially map it out.
That's exactly,
and do it by grid. Now, some of them are...
My question is why? Would you want to do this?
Because
why are you searching for that ship for 60 years?
If some of these ships were carrying gold bullion,
definitely, that's worth looking for.
Absolutely.
But it's also interesting to know the history of the ship, and it's always marine life too that grows on a ship, how things decay in cold water. There's lots of science. And divers...
so fascinating about, I mean, the Titanic still draws our attention.
That's much deeper, though.
Yes,
but yeah, absolutely fascinating. I do love stories about shipwrecks. Thank you so much for that one. And I want to talk to you about China, because it's the Lunar New Year. I found out that both these gentlemen who are my guests are from the year of the horse in the Chinese zodiac. It is the fire horse year, so it's going to be a great year for you. And China put on this massive TV spectacle last night, Dr. Ellie, and this is what I want to talk to you about. Look at these robots.
Amazing stuff. I mean, the show, the celebration for the New Year, presented these humanoids, these robots, doing absolutely amazing stuff. Unbelievable stuff, choreography of the kung fu, the moves, the fighting moves, and of course in coordination with the humans and all of that.
It was unbelievable.
To the extent I actually don't believe it. Now this is my issue. If that is true, and if China is that advanced in robot technology, I think the world has a lot to catch up on, and nobody is even close to these kinds of movements of robots. Definitely a fascinating show, but it definitely sheds some doubts on whether all this is true and feasible, or some kind of technology or AI or some, some videography has been used to produce this video. I have my doubts, but again, the show is amazing, the celebration was amazing, and it puts a lot of questions on what would robots be able to do very soon.
I thought it was fascinating, too, because as soon as I watched this, I thought Elon Musk's going to have
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be sweating.
Everybody.
Because, he's been trying to. We see him with the robots and they come out to the shows and they are so much more basic than this that I couldn't believe how advanced this appears to be.
There was a marathon that took place in either China or Japan in the last few months, and it was for whatever sort of mechanical contraption you were building. And it was nothing like this. And I also remember one maybe 6 or 7 months ago where there were robots playing football. And again, nothing like this. So
he's able to move, to get close to the ball, to shoot, and to actually hit the goal.
Yeah, but
yes,
he has to
but
line
you
it-
can
yes.
see it's a robot doing that
100%.
with robot moves. Nothing like this.
This is just, it seems so human-like, doesn't it? I must agree with you. I was thinking when I watched this for the Chinese Lunar New Year, is this just a show of technology, or is this just a statement that they're trying to put out to the rest of the world?
if this was April 1st and they could come out tomorrow and say, yes, this was actually fake.
Definitely China keeps us guessing. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
But
That's for sure.
fascinating. But because I said to you it's the Chinese Year of the Fire Horse, and both Dr. Ellie and Michael are horses, I'm going to tell you that this is your moment in the spotlight. In 2026, you and Dr. Ellie are going to be in the spotlight, which I'm so excited
Well, he already is.
Yes, he already is. Dr. Ellie will be. And this means there'll be shake-ups across major life areas, from careers to relationships to family matters. So there's going to be a busy year for both of you. And according to the Chinese zodiac, a good year. So happy Chinese New Year.
Thank you.
Thanks to our guest today, Chair of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University of the Emirates, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, and Michael Jabro-Peckett, Managing Director of This Is Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and good evening.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, coming up today with a second round of talks about Iran's nuclear program underway in Geneva. The Iranian supreme leader warns that his country could sink the US warships that have been deployed to the Gulf. We ask, how likely is it that the talks will deliver a deal? What happens if they don't? Plus, there's been a chorus of international condemnation after Israel took steps to facilitate settlement expansion in the West Bank. We ask, what are Israel's motives here? And can this course of action be reversed? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Geneva, where the US and Iran are holding nuclear talks. Well, Iran says that sanctions must be lifted before any deal is struck. This as the threat of war looms over the two long-term rivals. Well, the US has deployed what President Trump called a massive naval armada to the region. Meanwhile, Iran has been conducting military drills in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the big question now is, can Tehran and Washington resolve their long-running differences? Well, President Donald Trump said he would be involved indirectly in the talks in Geneva, which are being mediated by Oman. The president added that he believes that Tehran does want to make a deal.
So we'll be involved in those talks indirectly, and they'll be very important. We'll see what can happen. It's been typically Iran's a very tough negotiator. They're good negotiators, or bad negotiators. I would say they're bad negotiators because we could have had a deal instead of sending the B-2s in to knock out their nuclear potential. We had to send the B-2s. I hope they're going to be more reasonable. I think they want to make a deal. I don't think they want the consequences of not making a deal. They want to make a deal.
Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Mark Fitzpatrick, an Associate Fellow at the Institute for Strategic Studies, who joins us from Washington. Mr. Fitzpatrick, thank you very much indeed for joining us on Al Arabiya English. So we've got these indirect nuclear talks taking place in Geneva as we speak, more or less. Are there any clues, any signals that tell us how those talks are going?
Well, we don't know too much at all coming directly from the talks, but I thought one interesting signal came shortly before the talks when Iranian representatives were talking about that U.S. sanctions, if they were lifted, would allow for U.S. investors and businessmen, women, to do trade with Iran. And this is something that has not been part of previous deals with Iran about allowing U.S. businesses. And I think it's something that would appeal to President Trump, who has complained in the past about the United States losing out, that trade was allowed with Europeans and others, but not with Americans.
Okay. And President Trump all the while saying he's involved indirectly in those talks taking place at the residence of the Omani ambassador to Geneva. Obviously, if a deal is struck, it will be framed by the leadership in Iran as having been a great victory for them. And I'm just wondering whether that's a gift you can see President Trump wanting to give them.
Well, I think President Trump knows enough about making deals that both sides have to be able to claim victory. That's the classical win-win deal. So, on the one hand, he doesn't want to do something that would prop up the regime, a regime he has talked about wanting to overthrow, regime change to help the Iranian people. But on the other hand, if he can strike a deal, you have to strike a deal with your adversary and, hold your nose and get something that's best for the United States. And if he can get Iran to dial way back on its nuclear program, that would be a benefit.
Okay, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, saying reaching a deal with Tehran will be, quote, extremely difficult, or very difficult, I think were his exact words. Do you think expectations are really as low as all that? Or is that, do you suspect, perhaps a bargaining tactic, a negotiating tactic?
Gosh, it's hard to know how to read this. Certainly people always talk that way before negotiations to try to lower the bar. And then there's the other possibility that all of this is just for show, and that the real objective is to prepare for a military attack, to set demands that are impossible for Iran to reach, and then when they don't reach them, to say, okay, we tried everything, and now let's go to the military option. But I think Trump really does hope that he can get a deal, without having to use his military, and I think there is still a possibility of that.
How weakened do you think the leadership in Iran is looking right now?
Oh, they're weakened on so many fronts. They don't have their proxy allies to be able to hit back at Israel. They don't have air defenses that can defend against any attacks on them. The people are rising up against them, not immediately now in the streets, but the people have showed that they detest this regime. On the other hand, the regime has got all of the levers of power. They have a monopoly on guns and violence. So the regime is not toppling. The economy is not, in terrible, terrible dire straits. It's got problems, but I wouldn't, we shouldn't think that this regime is about to fall.
I mean, are there any splits within the regime? And can you see a scenario in which perhaps the executive, i.e. the president of Iran, somehow or other tries to distance himself from the supreme leader and perhaps even paves the way for a scenario in which the supreme leader is removed from the equation. I mean, that's what obviously President Trump sounds like he would like as a scenario. Is it something that you think is remotely realistic?
It's not remotely realistic, at least judging from everything one can see coming out of Iran. There's not any visible cracks in the Iranian establishment. The military are solidly with the supreme leader. Trump's, I think he's got this fantasy of a Venezuela type situation where he takes out the top person and makes deals with the vice president. That doesn't look possible in Iran unless a U.S. military attack were to decapitate the supreme leader, then somebody else would come to the fore. But that's not what you're asking. You're asking, would they themselves try to, replace the leader? And no, I don't see that happening.
I mean, Ali Khamenei not sounding particularly conciliatory today. There is, of course, the military exercise that's been taking place today in the Strait of Hormuz. And we've also heard from the supreme leader saying, with reference to the United States, the strongest army in the world can sometimes be slapped so hard it cannot get up, he said. I'm just wondering how you think that's going to sit with President Trump.
Oh, I think again, Trump is smart enough to know that the other side can huff and puff, but they can't blow his house down. It's interesting that back in June, Iran did not respond very forcefully at all to the U.S. military attacks. They responded to Israel. They sent over 500 missiles against Israel, killed dozens of Israelis and hundreds more wounded. But against the United States, they just sent a few missiles against U.S. airbase in Qatar, and they flagged it, so there were no casualties at all. So Iran has to try to restore deterrence in political science lingo, because they didn't last time, and they gave the impression that they're a pushover. They have to try to correct that, and that's why Khamenei is talking so tough right now.
Right, he's talking about sinking battleships in the waters that are in the region. There's another U.S. Air Force, a U.S. aircraft carrier on the way there, the USS Gerald R. Ford. I mean, what do you think is the effect of Ali Khamenei saying these things? We can sink a U.S. warship. Why is he saying that?
Well, he's trying to tell the United States that this time Iran is not going to turn the other cheek. If they're attacked, they're going to respond forcefully. And he's telling that to his people, of course. That's the primary audience, to tell the Iranian people that Iran will respond forcefully, to show that that the leadership will defend the country, which they didn't do last June. I think that was in the background too. It's not the main reason why people were rising up, but that was there. So the supreme leader and the rest of the leadership, they have a very difficult job. They've got to assure the people that they're going to stand up. They've got to actually do something if they're attacked, and they're not going to be able to sink a U.S. Battleship. The U.S. Navy is very powerful. They've got warning systems, and I think Iran's military is no match for them.
Okay, I mean, as I was saying, the aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, is on the way. That's the world's largest warship, I'm told. But it won't be there for another couple of weeks. And I'm just wondering whether that gives us any clues as to what the timing of any eventual US military action could be.
Yeah, Tom, I think you put your finger on it then by giving that time frame for how long it'll take the U.S. Gerald Ford to get in place. The last time in June, the United States had 2 aircraft carriers in the region, and they were able to use both of them to hit Iran very hard, but not very long. And this time, probably if the United States attacks, it's going to have to be more than just attacking some nuclear facilities, which after all have already been destroyed. So I think that there will need to be more assets in place. And this is, probably why negotiations can be expected to continue for a while longer because the United States is not yet ready for a full-scale, not a full-scale invasion, but a full-scale airstrike.
I mean, because of what happened last time, and I'm talking about in June when talks were ongoing, and yet the US struck, do you see a scenario in which there could be either another surprise attack by the United States or perhaps flipping the coin, the Iranians taking preemptive action in the event that they suspect such a course of action might be in the offing?
I think it's far more likely that Israel and the United States would attack in a surprise way, the way they did back in June while diplomacy was ongoing. Israel is, the United States doesn't have all of its forces in place yet, but Israel does. Israel is ready to attack. And that may well be the case that when Netanyahu came to town last week, that they struck a deal. The United States gave Israel a green light to attack. Trump said, let me at least have another round or two of diplomacy. But if it doesn't look like it's going to work, we know you have to do what you have to do, something like that. I think that's very possible. And then the United States could join in, even with only one aircraft carrier in place. Israel would do most of the damage. As for Iran taking a preemptive action, I see no point of that. It would lose the moral high ground. It wouldn't be able to really do that much more damage than it would do if it struck after being attacked. I mean, it would have more missiles available because if it were attacked, Israel's going to take out some of those missiles. But Iran does not want a big war. They would very much want to try to get some diplomatic deal and continue to place the emphasis on that.
Okay, I mean, this is already the second round of talks in this latest set of discussions. I mean, how many rounds do you think it will take before President Trump loses patience?
Normally diplomatic talks can go on for a long time, months, years. Back in when the 2015 Iran nuclear deal that Obama struck, that took 2 years to get there. And those were talks where the United States and Iran were talking directly. Now they're not even talking directly. They're talking, one of them goes and talks to the Omanis and then goes back to their hotel, and then the other side goes and the Omanis say, well, this is what the other side said. And, it's very cumbersome. It's not a very, because, if there are questions and so forth, they don't get answered right away. So it should take longer if you have these kind of so-called proximity talks. But the question is, how much patience does President Trump have for all this? And his patience is limited. So I would think that if they go on for 6 rounds or so and don't show any sign of resulting in a deal, that might be it might exhaust his patience.
Okay, well, we'll be keeping a very close eye on those talks and any updates and press releases or press statements that are given thereafter. In the meantime, thank you very much indeed, Mark Fitzpatrick, Associate Fellow at the Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Dana Pittard, who's a retired U.S. Army general. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. I'd just like to start by asking you, the United States has sent considerable military naval material to the region. There's the USS Abraham Lincoln off the coast of Iran right now, together with destroyers, combat ships, fighter jets across the region. How likely do you think it is that this is going to become a military confrontation?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And the U.S. has sent quite a bit of capability to the area. Not only the USS aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, but also another carrier battle group is certainly en route. Hopefully there will be no military conflict, but I think that depends on what happens in the talks with Iran in Geneva. And right now, there are certainly issues. Iran has their demands of what they'd like to see done, and the U.S. and backed up with Israel also have their demands.
Okay, and I mean, just in terms of reading between the lines, and as you mentioned there, the USS Gerald R. Ford, which is the world's largest aircraft carrier, is on the way, but it'll take another couple of weeks to arrive, perhaps 3 weeks. Does that tell us anything about the timing of any possible military operation by the US?
Well, if you remember, it was a little while ago where President Trump had made threats against Iran for what the Iranians were doing to their own people as far as killing protesters. And he said that if they didn't stop, he would do something. Well, I think his advisors took him aside and said, look, Mr. President, we don't have the capabilities there in theater at this point. So that's why the U.S. is rushing to get more capability. Now, what we're seeing are certainly the aircraft carrier battle groups going there, but there's other things that are also coming to the region, whether it's air defense capability, more land-based missile systems, and other capabilities coming to the area overall. But the timing of it is hopefully things will work out in Geneva. Obviously, the U.S. delegation led by Steve Witkoff and then President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, on one side, and then the foreign minister of Iran on the other side. Each has their own requirements and demands. The U.S. wants an end to Iran's nuclear capability, and Israel would like to see some of their ballistic missiles reduced also. And, of course, Iran would like to see an easing of the sanctions. Those are, I think, the kind of red lines for both sides.
Right, and those talks are taking place in the context of profound, I think it's fair to say, mistrust on both sides, given the history. And you know, it's not just the US that are making it clear that the military option is there. The Revolutionary Guard is carrying out drills in the Strait of Hormuz. Part of the Strait of Hormuz was closed today for safety reasons. What's Iran trying to tell the United States, do you think?
Well, I think Iran is trying to tell the United States that they're not going to be a pushover. That, yes, you're bringing the world's largest aircraft carrier, but even that can be destroyed by, an anti-ship missile if you're not careful, U.S. That would be a grave error on the part of Iran if they were to do that. And I think the U.S. is also sending a message that even in the attacks last year against the Iranian nuclear sites, President Trump chose not to go after the supreme leader. All gloves will be off if there is a conflict this time. And so I think Iran knows that, and certainly the U.S. knows that.
And of course, we were talking earlier about U.S. military assets in the region. Just looking at the position of the USS Abraham Lincoln, it's about 500 miles or 700 kilometers or so off the coast of Oman. And I'm just wondering, what indications should we look for when it comes to trying to determine whether a military action could be imminent? What would be a clue that is the road that the U.S. has decided to go down?
I think when both carrier battle groups are in position, that could certainly be a trigger. But those are just the more obvious ones. If you remember, when the U.S. attacked the nuclear sites, all the attention of the world was based on these aircraft coming out of from maybe the east, when in fact they came out from the west. It was a decoy. So there's more going on in the region, just the aircraft carriers.
Right. I mean, just in the event that Iran did come under attack from the United States, can you see, I mean, you know the region well, can you envisage any country or any militant group somehow coming to their rescue, coming to help them?
For Iran?
Yeah.
Well, again, so many of Iran's allies have been, in some ways, been neutralized to an extent. Hezbollah is nothing where it was before as far as capability. Hamas has been reduced significantly. The Houthis might, start firing a couple of missiles. That might be about it. And then the Shia militias in Iran may act up. But even in Syria, with the change in government in Syria, Iran cannot count on Syria. So Iran is in a more vulnerable position than they've been in quite a while as far as allies.
Right, as far as allies are concerned in the region, but also domestically, it's suggested that levels of support for the leadership in Iran are extremely low. And therefore, I'm wondering, does that, in your view, make the leadership in Iran look extremely vulnerable?
Sure. But the U.S. has got to be careful, because the idea of an organized resistance in Iran, it's not as organized as I think the U.S. would like it to be. So if you remove the regime in Iran in some way, who takes its place? It's not like it was back in the Iranian Revolution back in, 1978, 79, where you had this movement. So it's not quite like that. But domestically, the Iranian government is vulnerable based on killing its own people in the protests. And it's been reported that thousands of people were killed.
Right, and looking at how vulnerable they are, I mean, do you think there could be a sense of they've got nothing to lose? And I'm wondering whether, given the history between the United States and Iran and the attack in June, which was a surprise attack by the United States, do you see perhaps Iran doing something preemptive in the event that it looks like a deal really isn't going to be struck?
I think if Iran does that, that would be very dangerous. And at this point, I think in addition to trying to have the sanctions eased, the most important thing to Iran right now is regime preservation. So if they were to do a preemptive strike against the United States or U.S. assets in the region, that would make their regime vulnerable, because the U.S. would go all out against Iran. And Iran doesn't want that.
I mean, if regime preservation is the goal, as you say, I mean, by handing a deal to the Iranians to sign, which would inevitably mean that some of the sanctions are eased, the economy would improve, I mean, it might actually boost the popularity of the leadership in Iran. Do you think that's a gift the United States is willing to give Iran at this particular stage?
Well, that could happen, but if it means that Iran ends its nuclear ambitions and nuclear capabilities, then it might be worth it to the Trump administration.
Let's just look at what the United States has been doing already this year. Obviously, Venezuela was the start of the year, very early in 2026. Do you think there are any parallels between the preparations for that and the flotilla that was sent to the Caribbean and what we're seeing happening in the Gulf?
Well, the U.S. has had immense capability in the Middle East and specifically the Gulf region for decades. And so there's already capability there, but there's more capability when you bring in two carrier battle groups. For Venezuela, it was a little bit different because it was closer to the U.S., so even more U.S. forces could be flown in and used against Venezuela as a part of the operation to get President Maduro and his wife. Would you have something like that here? Maybe. But there's more capability. So I think the U.S. is taking the situation in Iran even more seriously than Venezuela. Venezuela was a very complex operation to actually capture the president of the country. But for Iran, which has much more military capability than Venezuela has, it's much more dangerous, and it will require much more U.S. Capability and forces in the region.
Do you think there are other options at the Americans' disposal that are perhaps slightly more covert than carrying out airstrikes, any kind of... I mean, I think we can probably safely say that any land operations are highly unlikely. But what about covert operations? What about commandos? What could the U.S. do?
I think it's full spectrum. I mean, I think it's everything from air defense to cyber, sea-based. There's covert operations, obviously, because I think between Israel and the U.S., they have a good idea where every major Iranian leader is. And the Iranians know that. So it's a lot of capability, what we call full spectrum capability.
Okay, and were things to escalate? I mean, clearly the Gulf powers, the GCC nations, have expressed their concern, and they've expressed concern that things could escalate into a regional conflict. Do you share that assessment, and how far and wide do you think the consequences of any conflict could be?
I mean, it could escalate into a regional conflict, but remember, that was also predicted last summer. Oh, if the U.S. attacks the nuclear facilities of Iran, that'll be all-out war. Well, it wasn't, because of how the U.S., and with the help of Israel, did that, as far as neutralizing communications, even some level of leadership, but not the supreme leader in Iran. And I think ultimately what the Trump administration would like to see is a version of the Abraham Accords between Iran and Iran and Saudi Arabia and Israel. That would have been unthinkable a while ago, but it's something that at least is being thought of at this point.
Right, and all the while, the supreme leader in Iran is sounding pretty hostile. He said today that even the strongest army in the world, i.e. the United States, he seemed to be saying, can sometimes be, quote, slapped so hard it cannot get up again. How do you think that's going to go down with President Trump?
It's not going to go down. In fact, he takes those things personally. But people realize that the Ayatollah Khamenei is old, and he's out of touch in many ways. That's pretty obvious by the protests that took place, the violent protests that took place, the violent reaction by the Iranian regime against him. He's out of touch. So I don't think anybody is putting much into his comments.
Okay. I mean, how many rounds of talks do you think it's going to be before President Trump loses patience, sir?
I think there'll be a couple rounds. He'll lose patience once he has the capability in the region. So there's only probably a couple more weeks.
You're saying that within a couple of weeks, the U.S. could quite seriously be ready and able to go down the military route?
Right. I wouldn't be surprised in a couple more weeks. But then again, the U.S. didn't have to necessarily have the second carrier battle group there. That also could be a ploy. So that the world is thinking, oh, we have a couple more weeks, when in fact they have capabilities now to do certain things. Okay. So we'll see.
Well, it's very interesting. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and sharing your expertise with us. General Dana Pittard, retired U.S. Army General. Thank you for your time, sir.
Great. Thank you for having me.
In other news, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Indonesia and 5 other countries are all condemning Israel's latest planned measures in the West Bank. Well, on Sunday, Israel approved a plan allowing land registration there for the first time in decades. That's a step that critics say could pave the way for more settlements. Well, the 8 countries called it a grave escalation and one that threatens Palestinian rights. Well, let's get more on this now. We're joined by Professor Kamal Hawash, who is a Palestinian academic and analyst who joins us from the United Kingdom. Professor Hawash, always a pleasure having you on the programme. Israel saying there's been unlawful land registration in areas controlled by the Palestinian authorities across the West Bank. What's Israel therefore trying to achieve with the announcement of these new measures?
Well, this is occupied Palestinian land, so there can be no unlawful registration by Palestinians or the Palestinian Authority. The whole point is that Israel and the settlers should be leaving the West Bank, East Jerusalem and Gaza, and working with the Palestinians to create a Palestinian state if we are able to get peace. This means that Israel, as it has announced, has no intention of allowing a Palestinian state to exist in these areas. It is hell-bent on land theft and expanding, not incidentally only in the West Bank, but also into Syria, Lebanon, and other areas to achieve what is called Greater Israel.
Right, and we understand these measures will make it easier for settlers to buy land in the West Bank, but it raises a lot of important questions. I mean, from whom would they be buying the land?
Well, first of all, even in East Jerusalem, there have unfortunately been some Palestinians who have sold land to particularly settlers who are supported from the United States with millions of dollars or pounds. I'm not suggesting at all that Palestinians will sell them land, but as Israel makes life so impossible for Palestinians, particularly in Area C, moving them out. They go into areas A and B. They find that they're being pushed out of the areas they've gone to. So they might think that why don't they sell up and leave to a safer place? That's what Israel is banking on. But I don't think the Palestinians will allow that to happen. So the whole point is about expanding the illegal hold on land that the Palestinians own and have for tens, if not hundreds of years, in favor of settlers who have been heaping terrorism on the Palestinians in their villages over the last couple of years and longer.
Right, and it remains to be seen how popular these measures are in Israel, because there is, of course, opposition in Israel to such moves. There is an Israeli anti-settlement watchdog called Peace Now. They called these new measures, quote, a mega land grab. I mean, some are calling this annexation of the West Bank in all but name. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think so. And yes, there are groups like Peace Now that speak, but it is important to note that nearly 80% of Israelis want the Palestinians expelled. So these people, with all good intention, do not represent the Israelis. We used to say we must separate the Israeli government from the Israeli people, but it's becoming increasingly difficult. When you hear a figure like that, when you see that once the Israeli prisoners were released, the protests have stopped, because they were not protests for peace with the Palestinian people. They were always protests for Israel and its interests, putting that over and above the Palestinian interest. When in reality, there can only be peace if the Israelis accept that the Palestinians must have equal rights, must have the ability to be free, and to ensure that their children grow up in the same way as children grow up in other places, and not fear being shot when they went to school, or as happens in Gaza, that quadcopters are up there shooting, including on children.
And Professor, I mean, when you hear about what was announced on Sunday by the Israelis, these new measures that some are calling a land grab, I mean, are we witnessing, do you think, does it look to you like the beginning of the total collapse of the two-state solution?
Well, Israel says there won't be a two-state solution. And the countries, including where I am, the United Kingdom, which recognize the Palestinian state, and France and Saudi Arabia, who were pushing for the two-state solution, what have they done to make it happen on the ground? Nothing whatsoever. So, for example, now that Britain has recognized Palestine as a state, why hasn't the Palestinian consulate in East Jerusalem been upgraded to the embassy of Britain in Palestine, which is what should happen? Because with every other country the United Kingdom that the United Kingdom recognizes as a state, there is an embassy, and there should be an ambassador to Palestine going there. This is what would begin to put pressure on Israel to say there will be two states. One of them will be Palestine. There will be embassies for Palestine. East Jerusalem is occupied territory, and you must leave that and leave the West Bank, and indeed the Golan Heights, which Israel has annexed. So without this fundamental shift towards what would bring peace, Israel thinks it can win by making the lives of the Palestinians so hard that they would leave. But they've seen, if they have any nous, the Palestinians returning to Gaza, saying to their brothers and sisters, do not leave. Wherever you go, you will be treated like second-class citizens. Stay here and let's fight for reconstruction and for a normal life.
I mean, in the UK, obviously there is strong support for Ukraine, where attempted annexation was the cause of great upset and considerable action on the part of the government. I mean, if annexation of Ukraine is considered illegal, there must be people in the UK who are saying, why doesn't that same logic apply directly to what's happening in the West Bank? Is that something you're hearing?
Yes, absolutely. And those who've been out on the protests in London and other places, and I estimate that only those who went on protests in London, there have been 30 million people that have been on the 34 marches in London and protests. And apart from others around the country, they all, wanted a ceasefire. They wanted an end to the occupation. They want the Palestinians to have their rights. The British government finally moved towards the issue of recognition. But why is it that there are no sanctions on Israel when we saw only recently the health secretary, Wes Streeting, had privately been messaging to other people saying Israel is committing war crimes, but when it comes to public positions, they don't say anything like that. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has refused to call what Israel does in Gaza a genocide. There is, unfortunately, we have a strong pro-Israel lobby here in the United Kingdom, and it isn't just a Jewish lobby. There are Christians who are very supportive of Israel. So if there are Zionists in the UK, including in very high places, who are saying that Israel, can go back to being treated as normal. It should continue to be isolated until it stops doing what it's doing. It is the 21st century's most criminal state, and it should be treated like that. Yes, there are lots of people who think that is what should be happening, but the government isn't moving fast enough on that.
Yeah, and the UN isn't doing very much either. I mean, the UN looks extremely weak at the moment. It's entirely cash-strapped, and there are people in the UN saying the UN is on the brink of collapse, and all we've had from the UN is words to the effect that this is destabilizing for the region or something along those lines. I mean, beyond words, does the UN have any leverage here?
I mean, let's not forget that the UN acts in terms of its members. Yes, they come together in different fora, like the Security Council, but even if they want to have peacekeeping troops, if countries don't send troops to be peacekeepers, there won't be peacekeeping troops. But the reality that we have and we must face is that Israel has a veto almost of its own on the Security Council called the United States veto. So it is America that is hampering efforts to bring peace anywhere, including in Ukraine, but particularly in Palestine. And what they have done with the creation with this so-called Peace Council, which I call the Council for Liquidating the Palestinian Cause, because they've got Netanyahu and Trump in it. Now, this group, and particularly Trump, who wants to be the chair, the president forever, even after he stops being president, what they are trying to do is to replace the UN. And what Mark Rubio said, I think it was yesterday in Geneva, was effectively that the UN is useless. It's only useless because you, America, do not play your part to make sure that it acts not only with words and with resolutions, but that there are forces that go to enforce decisions under Chapter 7. But there's been no such thing when it comes to Palestine, and particularly in Gaza. It is a case of supporting Israel to do whatever it wants. Let's face it, this council was formed, a ceasefire was declared, and since then Israel has killed more than 500 people. It has breached it more than 1,000 times. And the reason it does and it can is the United States. It's nothing to do with the UN, nothing to do with the Arab members and Turkey in this council. It is Israel feeling that it can do whatever it likes because it will not be brought to account by the United States and therefore by anyone.
Okay, Professor, just picking up on what you were saying about the Board of Peace, and then we'll come back to the West Bank. But it's been announced that the Board of Peace has pledged $5 billion towards the rebuilding of Gaza, and that'll obviously help with bringing about stabilization, reconstruction, even a police force for the territory. I mean, surely that's something you'd welcome.
I think the Palestinians would welcome having temporary housing brought in, being able to eat when it comes to the month of Ramadan, where they can't have an iftar. That, as you know, where you are, that Ramadan is celebrated greatly with a big feast at the breaking of the fast. People visit each other, buy them presents. Israel is denying them that. And this board of peace, so-called, is not pushing to help achieve that. It has not criticized Israel once for its breaches or for it not allowing the aid. There should be 600, 700 trucks going in every day. I am told there are fewer than 200 going in every day. The point isn't just stability. The people of Gaza need help desperately, now, today, not tomorrow. At the very least, they should have medical supplies, they should have food, clean water, electricity should be beginning to come back. Let's not forget, they haven't had electricity for 2.5 years. Who would be able to live like that in the 21st century? If I was in London the other day in a restaurant and the power was cut and people couldn't eat for 10 minutes. This is what we're talking about. So the first thing is the humanitarian situation must be not just improved, it must be brought back to normal. Yes, it will take a bit of time, but we need to see signs that this so-called board of peace is pushing Israel. What we hear is more demands from Netanyahu, more refusal to allow things to move on unless Hamas disarms. Then he says they don't have any heavy arms, says they have Kalashnikovs that stop the rebuilding. What the heck? That should not stop the rebuilding. They cannot hit a settlement with a Kalashnikov in Rafah.
Okay, I mean, let's go back to the situation in the West Bank and these announcements by the Israelis, which have been broadly condemned, including by a number of regional powers here in the Gulf. And I'm wondering how you think these measures will sit with President Trump, because surely no country in this region, no other country in this region, is going to sign up to the Abraham Accords in this particular context. Therefore, President Trump, by default, as you'd have thought, would find these new measures offensive, wouldn't he?
Well, I go further and I say the countries that have signed the Abraham Accords should be threatening Israel that they will come out of them if it continues to treat the Palestinians the way it does. And that's what they should be saying to Donald Trump. We signed the Abraham Accords. Take, for example, the United Arab Emirates. I remind the viewers that the UAE said when it signed the accords, we signed them because Israel has promised not to annex the West Bank. So I am not alleging anything. This is what the Emirates said when that happened. And you would have thought it has threatened that annexation is a red line. But what does annexation mean? If it is just for an announcement to say we now annex the West Bank to Israel, then that is one thing. But the reality is on the ground with new settlements, with these new laws that they are passing, they are effectively annexing the West Bank. So I would have thought that countries like the UAE, who signed the accords on the condition that Israel will not annex the West Bank, should be looking again at that agreement and saying to Trump and Israel, we cannot possibly continue with this if Israel continues with this annexation. And that also means that Saudi Arabia, which would be a prize for Israel, has made it clear it will not sign the Abraham Accord unless a Palestinian state emerged. And so that's where the push should be. How do we get to peace? Not to the Abraham Accords and more who signed them, but peace can only come when the Palestinians have their rights, not only in the West Bank, in Gaza, in East Jerusalem, and that Palestinian citizens of Israel should be treated equally within the borders of Israel, and that there should be a big effort on the part of the police to tackle crime that is killing lots of Palestinian Israelis inside Israel.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us and sharing your thoughts. Professor Kamal Hawash, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you for having me.
That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching us here on Al Arabiya English. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. See you then.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News,
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you for joining me. As you know, there are ongoing talks between the U.S. and Iran taking place right now. The Ayatollah Khomeini came into power in 1979 and committed the original sin of taking 52 U.S. embassy staff hostage. And for 47 years, this regime has been chanting death to America while having the blood of Americans on their hands. What is the Trump administration's understanding of the nature of this regime, and what do you believe is hoped to be achieved through negotiations?
Well, I think the hope for negotiations is that maybe a war could be averted. Whether that's going to happen, I don't know. It's hard to say. The Iranians have never shown any sense of civilized behavior in 47 years when it comes to being reasonable. They've funded proxy groups around the world. Many Americans have been murdered because of it. Thousands of others across the planet are the victims of Iranian assassination attempts, including President Trump. So I don't think that anybody is, wanting to think that Iran is going to quickly fold, but they have a chance. And this is their last chance. And they're going to have to decide, do they want to survive? Because I think it's been very clear from President Trump, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon, they're not going to have enriched uranium, and they're not going to be able to store a large measure of ballistic missiles, the likes of which they are using to try to kill people. So it's their decision. But if they choose not to negotiate in good faith, not to come to a conclusion about their future, then their future may get decided for them.
How important is the non-nuclear file to your U.S. negotiators right now, to our negotiators? How important are the terror proxies and the Iranian oppression of their own people? How important are those other issues?
Well, they're pretty important. In fact, they're real important. The president has said that the torture and the murder of many of their citizens, we don't even know how many. Everyone thinks it's at least 6,000, 7,000. Some reports up to 35,000 people that have been murdered by the Iranian government and the regime. The tragedy of that is that the Iranian people deserve better. They're wonderful people. It's not that the entire population is crazy, but they have a government that's crazy. And that government for 47 years has been saying death to America, along with death to Israel. one of the challenges we have, Ellie, is that we've got a lot of Americans who think that this doesn't have anything to do with us. And they really have not been paying attention for 47 years. If the Iranians had a long-range ballistic missile, I assure you they would have already lit it up against the United States. They shoot them off as far as they can go. This is an aggressive nation. One of their proxies, Hezbollah, is in 12 Central and South American nations, including Venezuela. Think about that. Americans may think they're far away from this. They're not very far at all. It's in the Western Hemisphere. And we don't know how many Hezbollah agents may have slipped across the U.S. border during the time when Joe Biden opened the border up and didn't take names of anybody coming in. Are they sleeper cells ready to be ordered to attack and do terrorist activities in the United States? We don't really know. So this threat is global. It always has been. It's just that a lot of people pretended that they didn't listen very carefully to what the Iranians were saying.
Well, Ambassador, you bring up a good point, and as somebody who was born in Iran, I couldn't agree with you more about the seriousness and the global nature of the Iranian threat. However, some would argue that in Washington, there's been almost a traumatic response to America's history in intervention in Iraq, and there's almost an allergy to the notion of regime change. What's your response to that, and in particular in terms of Trump administration policy?
I think the president certainly is not for nation building. He does not think it is the responsibility of the United States to go in and take down a nation and then take over the building of that nation back up. That was a big mistake that the U.S. made in Iraq and Afghanistan. It didn't work out very well. I think what President Trump is looking at is how can he help the Iranian people move for their own future? That's what really he's been talking about, is that they have a right to self-determine. He said the same thing about people in Gaza. They ought to be able to leave if they want to, stay if they want to. The people of Iran ought to be able to have some say in whether they're going to remain thirsty and hungry. This regime has taken the money that would have built a great country, and instead they've used it to finance terror activities around the world. And when their people speak up against it, they get murdered, they get shot. I know people here in Jerusalem, one gentleman in particular has family in Iran. 4 members of his family have been shot during this process. They're still alive, thank God. But that just gives you some idea that if every family in Iran has people who have been shot or chased or put in prison over the protest, it's probably more expensive than the reported numbers really say. And I think the world has a responsibility to stand with these people who just simply want to have their lives given back to them. I can remember, Ellie, when the Persian culture was the most enviable culture on the planet in fashion, music, medicine, art, antiquities. There was just nothing quite like the Iranian culture and the magnificence of the Iranian people. I have a feeling that there are a number of them, even younger ones who weren't there 47 years ago, who would love to see a revival of the nation that Iran once was and that it could be again.
Well, yeah, and again, Ambassador, as someone who was born in Iran, I agree with you incredibly so. Looking at the youth from Iran, they very much are hoping for American intervention right now, and this is something that we hear on social media a lot, people asking for President Trump and the United States right now to intervene. So my last question on the topic of Iran is, how optimistic are you that the Iranian regime will take this branch of negotiation and the ability to salvage their country right now?
I try to remind people that, I was America first from the beginning, but America first, and Donald Trump's the only one who gets to really define what it is, but it's never been America only. America first simply means that all of us, me included, put America first. That means that our primary interest is what's good for America. In this case, what's good for America is the partnership that we have with Israel. They reflect our values. They reflect our core of Western civilization, but we also share intelligence, military hardware, many things with the Israelis that are mutually beneficial, sometimes even more beneficial to America than maybe America is beneficial to Israel, though a lot of Americans would never understand that. big picture is this. We have an obligation, first and foremost, to our American citizens. But there are 700,000 American citizens living in Israel. So part of the reason that Israel matters to America is because there's so many of Americans who are here, more than in any other country outside the U.S. other than Mexico, which is pretty remarkable if you think that there are more Americans in Israel than there are in Canada, the UK, Spain, Italy, France, Japan, Germany, any of our larger allies. So you bet it matters, but it matters also because every enemy of Israel is an enemy of the United States. Whoever is targeting Israel to take them down has always said that if they are able to annihilate Israel, America is next.
Couldn't agree with you more, sir. Ambassador Huckabee, you are the first Baptist minister, and I believe Christian Zionist, to be appointed as a United States ambassador to Israel. How do you view the U.S.-Israel relationship, especially in light of what seems to be a potentially growing neo-isolationist camp within the Republican Party itself?
Ellie, I hope they do it. I'll be very honest. There's a selfish part of me that says the reason I hope they do it, because if they don't and we have another war, I'm going to be right in the middle of it. I'd just soon pass. Did that last year, saw it all, experienced it, don't really want to go through it again. But on the other hand, if that's what it's going to take to free the people of Iran and give them their future and let them let go of a very, very violent past and get rid of this regime, if that's what it's going to take to get rid of the proxies that are conducting terror activities all over the world, then it may be the only thing that will bring some realignment and stability, not just to the Middle East, but really to the whole planet.
Are you concerned, though, to see some of the statistics which point to perhaps less support for Israel among American youth and even from within the conservative movement?
I really am, and I hope it's more loud than it is large, but it is of great concern to me because it shows that people are getting their news and their information from TikTok or maybe from Twitter rather than getting it from decent, viable research that comes from understanding what the issues are and how it would affect America if Israel were to collapse. For that matter, how does it affect America if Iran gets stronger? How does it affect America if all these other Gulf states get attacked by Iran? There's a real naivete among people who say, none of that matters to me. It doesn't affect me. It's like saying my neighbor's house is burning down, but it won't affect me. Well, that is until the embers of that burning home come to your roof and burn your house down. And people are just needing to wake up and understand that we don't have to fight other people's wars. Israel has never asked us to fight a war for them. Americans have never put one boot on the ground to fight for Israel. So it's not that we are engaging in someone else's problem. It is that we are recognizing that the threat to Israel is also a threat to the United States and to every citizen in it.
Ambassador, in perhaps a historical first during the 12-day war, President Trump shared with the world your text message to him in which you told the president that God had spared his life so that he could become the, quote, most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. And it seems your message indeed got through to President Trump. Why do you believe that is?
You know, it was a personal message. I never thought it would go anywhere other than to him. And I got a response almost immediately when I sent it, which, you know, I thought, well, that's good. He's really paying attention to what I sent him. And he said, thank you. I've read it over and again, and it really has touched me. And the next thing I know, I mean, within a few minutes after I received that from him, I started getting responses and hits on my text and email from people I hadn't heard from in years from all over the world. And they said, I just read what you sent to President Trump. And I'm scratching my head saying, how did you read it? I didn't send it to you. I sent it to him, and I didn't post it anywhere. And then I realized he had posted it on social media, and it had gone viral. It was a personal message to him, but it really was to express my confidence that I didn't need to give him advice. I did believe, and still do believe, that God spared him for, as Esther would say, such a time as this. But I also believe that he would reach deep within his own heart. He would find the right decision. I wasn't trying to tell him or urge him or advise him. He didn't need that. He just needed to know that those of us who worked for him and were serving at his pleasure, did so with great confidence in his judgment. And I feel like that judgment that we believed in and our confidence in it was well placed because he made the right decision at the right moment, and it did have consequential effects.
Oh, absolutely. It was a historic moment, and I remember it quite well myself, the virality of it all. Ambassador, if we could turn to Gaza, when you look at the plans for New Gaza revealed at Davos recently by former senior advisor to the president and son-in-law Jared Kushner, what do you think the Trump vision for Gaza is, and is the expectation to achieve this vision within this Trump presidency?
It could be. I mean, it's going to take some time to see the vision that Jared Kushner put forth, but I think it's an important vision because some people would say, oh, if Gaza would just end up being a bunch of tents sitting on top of rubble. Well, I don't think anybody aspires that would be the greatest aspiration for its future. So the idea of giving the people of Gaza a sense of hope and optimism, honestly, to say this is what you could have been all along. I've often said Gaza could have been Singapore, but Hamas turned it into Haiti. What a shame. The billions upon billions of dollars that was sent to them were squandered by Hamas to build tunnels of terror so they could murder Jews and create havoc to the world. People forget Gaza, a little place. It's the size of Las Vegas, but they built a tunnel system that's larger than the London Underground, not to move children from one school to the other or people to get to hospitals. They built that tunnel system to store weapons of destruction, to harbor people they had kidnapped, and to be able to escape the consequences of their terrorist activities. What a shame.
Yeah, absolutely. And you raise Hamas. We saw this week progress with President Trump's plan to end the Gaza war with the reopening of the Rafah crossing between the enclave and Egypt. So clearly there's a lot of progress being made, but difficult questions remain unaddressed, including whether Hamas will disarm. What are the options available to the president on that front?
I think it's fair to say the president has never wavered. He's said it over and again. Hamas will disarm, they will demilitarize, and they will have no future in Gaza. I don't think he could be more clear or more consistent than that. It'd be very difficult for me to tell you exactly how that's going to be done or when it's going to be done or who's going to do it. But I think I can say with some level of extreme confidence it will be done. If for no other reason that President Trump is not a person who offers empty threats. He makes promises and he keeps them. This is a promise. People forget that every Arab nation signed on to the peace agreement, which was historic in itself and remarkable that happened. And Hamas agreed that they would disarm. Now all the hostages are back. The one big piece that is still left on the table to move forward is for Hamas to lay down their arms and to give up any hope that they're going to have a role in governing Gaza. Things are moving forward even without that. But there's a limit on how far they can move, and that's why I think that the time is running out and the clock is ticking, and Hamas needs to understand that the old poem, "For whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee."
Ambassador, we've also been hearing a bit of pushback from the Israelis on some of their security concerns, including which countries might be a part of security measures in Gaza. What is the Trump administration's response to Israel's concerns?
Well, they're very sensitive to it. They understand that Israel has a vested interest in making sure that they never, ever have another October 7th. And the best way they can do that is not letting people amass on their borders who either supported what happened then, would support it again, or might even help carry it out if they had the opportunity. And I'm not saying that there are nations that are wanting to be part of the international stabilization force that would do it. But Israel is going to exercise its right to protect itself. And it's going to be very careful about who it thinks that really should be even near protecting the future of Gaza. There'll be some disagreement. That's normal. There'll be some negotiation to get through it. But the U.S. is certainly going to be very, very sensitive to Israel's concerns. They're not going to just brush them off because I'm not sure that we would brush off something like October the 7th. A lot of people may not really do the math on it. But if you took October the 7th and put it in America, rather than 1,200 people being murdered, massacred, and mutilated by these savages, it would be the equivalent of losing 40,000 Americans in one day. One day. And I asked myself, what would Americans do if we'd seen 40,000 of our fellow civilians, not soldiers, civilians, butchered like that? Well, I know what happened on 9/11 when less than 3,000 were murdered. We changed everything in the whole country of what we did and how we did it. So if that's any indication, multiply that by more than 10, and you get some idea of what the reaction would be had that happened to us. So I think that being a little patient with the Israelis and understanding where they're coming from on this is something America is not only ready and able to do, but understands it must do.
And on President Trump's Board of Peace, on an almost daily basis, we're hearing about more countries joining the board. Is it meant to replace the United Nations, as some reporting seems to indicate?
No, I don't think anybody is looking at it in that regard. Now, I'm not speaking as the representative of the U.S. I'm just speaking personally. If something could be better than the UN, it probably would be a good thing for the world. But that's not the point of the Board of Peace. The Board of Peace is to bring stability to Gaza and to create the framework through which Gaza can have a real future and its people can make decisions about their own personal future. Do they stay? Do they go? And if they stay, what is their role? Are they going to take jobs that will help rebuild? That's all a part of the calculus there.
And Ambassador, when we look at President Trump's first term, he upended a lot of the conventional thinking in the Middle East, from maximum pressure on Iran to the Abraham Accords. Given everything you've experienced in your first year as ambassador, what would you say is the single most important principle that should guide President Trump's Middle East policy in the rest of the term?
I think he's really outlined that it's a matter of looking for nations that want to bring normalization and a real peaceful existence, not just with Israel, but with each other. When I look at, to me, one of the most admirable nations on earth, and that's the UAE, the Emiratis really are in many ways a template of how it ought to be. They have moved to a very peaceful position. They changed and created what I consider to be the most enviable curriculum for their school children, to create a real sense of what it means to live in a world and to be responsible neighbors. They built a great economy. They built an enormous partnership with Israel, and it's proven to be very lucrative for them financially. But also, think about the cultural exchanges that have happened between Israel and the Emiratis. I admire them so much. I can't even begin to tell you, because I feel like that they took a big risk. There was a lot of criticism toward them. But I think day after day and week after week, they prove that the idea of living in a neighborhood where they don't threaten Israel, they respect Israel, and they end up with the respect that Israel gives to them. And everybody wins and nobody loses. I think that's the world President Trump would love to see expand and grow and become really the model for the rest of the world.
And so how much of the Trump administration's foreign policy priority would you say those peace deals and normalization in the Middle East is?
It's a big part of it. This is an area of the world that has seen very little peace, even in my lengthy lifetime. And for the president to look at this area and see the same mistakes being made over and over, one thing I love about him, he doesn't just say, oh, okay, let's keep doing what we're doing because it's failed miserably, so let's do it again. He says, it's failed miserably, let's quit doing that. Let's do something completely unconventional. That's why I think he's such an effective president. But he also has his eye on China. He has his eye on Russia, Ukraine. He's already been in the middle of negotiating an end to nearly 8 wars across the planet. Some may wonder, how does he have time and energy to do all of these things? But he's really passionate about it. And I don't think people who have, maybe they haven't been around him, they don't understand that this is genuine on his part. He does not care for war. He does not like to see people, particularly innocent civilians, end up becoming the collateral damage in a war. He will do everything he can to avoid it. But he also, I will say to people, he is President Trump. He is not President Chump. and he will not be played a fool. So these countries that think they can just tinker with him and delay him and play games with him, I wouldn't recommend it. It doesn't end well.
Yes, and I think that the experience of Maduro in Venezuela is certainly testament to that. If we can pivot to Israel's north for just a few more minutes, Ambassador, of your time, when you look at Lebanon, how optimistic are you in seeing Hezbollah fully de-armed and disbanded as the Trump administration has demanded?
I'm really probably more optimistic than most people because I'm very close to it. I'm in the middle of dealing with pieces of that. And I can see that this could happen. Now, is it fragile? You bet it is. The big challenge is ramping up the capacity of the Lebanese armed forces, the LAF, and ramping down the power and influence of Hezbollah. If Iran and its regime were to collapse, then that means that the funnel of money and weaponry to Hezbollah collapses with it. It would accelerate the capacity of Lebanon to free itself, get out from under the shackles of this hideous snake of Hezbollah. That would be a wonderful thing. It would help move Lebanon forward. And I think that it's so important for people from the outside to look and say, the Lebanese really deserve better. They're beautiful people. They want to be free. They want their kids to grow up with a sense of security and safety. Israel does not want to take anything in the terms of real estate in southern Lebanon. They don't want it. They just want to protect themselves. So the faster that we can get to that place where Hezbollah isn't threatening Israelis on the north, Israel is able to pull back and just simply defend its own border, and that's it. And Lebanon will have freedom, freedom of movement, freedom of future, that they don't have as long as Hamas is there to take its ugly head and stick it into the life of the Lebanese people.
Yes, I think that history certainly proves that right. And final question on Syria. We are seeing a historic integration agreement between the Syrian government and the Kurdish-led SDF, effectively ending autonomous Kurdish rule and returning much of the northeast to Damascus control. From a U.S. strategic perspective, does this vindicate the Trump approach of less direct intervention? Or is it, as some would argue, a strategic defeat for the Kurds and a window for Iranian and Russian influence?
Well, I don't think anybody would be happy to see Iranian and other influences come into the region, certainly not in Syria. I really believe, if you look at this, that there's a push, and al-Shara is being told very clearly that there's a limit on the U.S. willingness to support his leadership, and it involves protecting these minorities, whether it's the Kurds, the Christians, the Alawites, or the Druze. So if he wants there to be Western support, and it appears he does, because that's his best path forward, then he's going to have to be diligent in showing good faith in protecting the minorities and begin to get control. I think he has command of the forces, may not have control of all the forces, and hopefully he will get both command and control, and that army will be responsive to what he orders them to do, and that includes protection of the minorities.
Well, and I think a lot of people in the region would be very happy to hear you say that, Ambassador. And so my last question is, U.S. forces, as you know, are reportedly beginning a drawdown from key installations in northeast Syria amid government gains and evolving ceasefires, given simultaneous renewed U.S. air and drone strikes against ISIS remnants. How should U.S. policy balance a reduced footprint with preventing an ISIS resurgence? And what do you think the risk of a withdrawal poses to regional stability?
If there is increased activity as a result of any U.S. drawdown, I think it would be one that would be met with an extraordinary sense of displeasure, possibly even to the point of re-upping those troops back where they were. Nobody really wants that. Look, we'd all like for every country in the world to exercise its own sovereign will to live the way it wants to. President Trump has said he's not trying to tell every other country what kind of government it's got to have and that it has to mirror ours. I think that's one of the smartest things the president has done. He has not said, look, everybody has to have a constitution like ours. Everybody has to do elections like we do. Everyone has to have a democracy. He's not said that. He said, look, people are free to determine their future, but you can't slaughter your own people and us stand by and do nothing. And especially if those people you're slaughtering are our allies and our friends and people that have been helpful to us, we simply are not going to abandon those people. So it's sort of in the hands of those, like in this case, al-Shara. He will make the decision as to what kind of future the people of Syria have. And let's hope he makes a good decision and that he can take leadership. He can shake off his past, which is, let's just say, not ideal, and can prove himself to be a new person leading a new country to a new and better future for all of its people.
Well, amen to that. And Ambassador, as you know, yesterday, President Trump joined the National Prayer Breakfast. He gave a real message of faith to the United States. And so I was wondering if, as a final thought, you might share your own thoughts on that topic.
Well, as you know, Ellie, I'm a person of faith. I believe that my life belongs to God. It's not mine. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve. But I'm also mindful that whatever I'm able to do in this earth is not because I've done something for God. It's that he has done something for me. And I always reflect that my hope to get to heaven is not because I say, God, look at what I've done for you, because I've done nothing for God that he needed. But I look at it and say, God, what you have done for me, and by your grace, you still, knowing everything there is to know about me, you still love me. And I find that remarkable. And it's why I cling to my faith as the center of my life.
Well, we're so grateful to you for joining us, Ambassador, and we'll hope to have you back again soon.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Great to be with you. Take care.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Marcus Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content, or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. Homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Werner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so, because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, oh, I don't know, I don't care either. And that was it. And then they made it, combined the two things and said anybody in that shop who is selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Dan van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in a suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check, and they check some people's pockets, and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. There's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM, get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside. But once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Plymouth Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business in importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, and it's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance THC was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis, and then you have a very strong oil which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium, And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Jari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
Hello from one of the most beautiful and important reserves in Saudi Arabia. We are talking about Shiran Nature Reserve, which was announced about 5 years ago. The goal of Shiran Reserve here in Alula is to restore ecological balance, whether animal or plant life. The reserve is closed and no one is allowed to enter without very special permit. Recently, they opened it through designated hiking trails.
Welcome, hello. How are you?
How are you? How have you been? You just finished the hiking trail, correct?
More or less now. This is the second season and we have started it again.
How is the trail here inside this 1,500 square kilometer? Reserve, of course, we are not walking all of it.
No, not at all. We have 3 trails here that we will walk. This one is relatively easy, about 2.5 kilometers one way. On the way back, the total will be around 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers. What interests me is the scenery. I am standing in the middle of an artistic masterpiece, a treasure of nature. Honestly, I cannot believe the quiet, the peace, the mountains, the soil. Will there be climbing and descending? What kind of hiking is it?
The trail we will walk today starts on dirt ground, and there is an uphill climb. After that, the trail becomes rocky. At the end, we will have to walk between 2 mountains. The place is absolutely amazing. Then we will climb to a mountain peak where we can see the entire Shiran Reserve.
The entire reserve? Wow! I feel there are many surprises on this trip. We will not reveal what we might encounter along the way, but I can say the weather is sunny. The sun feels close, but it is slightly cold. So hiking gear here is a bit different. Bring something light in case you feel cold, especially later. The mountains, if the path is from there, and the water, as we said, and the main essentials. Let us begin the journey. In the name of God, we are now heading to a trail called Shiran Trail. But there is more than one trail in this area.
For us, we have 3 trails: Shiran Trail, Jabal al-Radat Trail, and Jabal al-Rukab Trail.
Al-Rukab, Al-Rukab.
Jabal al-Rukab is behind here. Each one is more beautiful than the other, but this one is the best.
What can we expect to see? I heard that all the animals in this reserve have been released freely.
Yes, of course. Here in the reserve, we have gazelles. They are also working to restore environmental balance, and they are trying to help them reproduce. There is also the Arabian leopard, and they recently had a newborn. As for the native wildlife here, there are foxes and wolves.
They come out at night.
Yes, they only come out at night.
They come out at night unless they are very hungry. So today we will try to move quietly. We will show you all the surprises we might encounter on the way, the names of plants, animals, their hoof prints on the path. I am very excited about this trip. Stay with us.
This is a natural plant that camels eat.
A plant? What does it look like? Eggs, really?
It looks like spears. From the distance, it almost looks like eggs. So you might think, wow, so many eggs. But actually it is a plant. Right now it is dry, but when it is fully green, it looks like small watermelons.
Subhanallah. It looks like pomegranate inside or some kind of citrus. Do humans eat it or only animals?
Only camels.
What is this? Is it a wild cat or a wolf?
We will go with the second option. It is a wolf. I have a question for you, Alam. How can we tell the difference between wolf tracks and dog tracks?
I think because the 2 prints are smaller than a dog's, so that indicates a wolf. But what surprises me is that there are tracks on this trail, and also in the sand. Are they 2 different ones, or is it moving around?
Possibly. Exactly. It does not walk alone. It walks with the pack. So how do we distinguish wolf tracks from dog tracks? As you said, the wolf prints appear in pairs, but the dog prints are different.
All right. These are bones. Camel bones, scattered everywhere. No one touches them. No one moves them at all.
No one is allowed to move them. It is our responsibility, as visitors, to preserve the environment here, whether rocks, plants, or even bones. Look, this is its head. This is a camel skull.
Oh, Tiad, most of these plants look new.
These plants regenerate with every rainy season. But as you see now, they are starting to turn slightly yellow, because about 2 weeks ago, there was heavy rain here. This plant is called al-mak. It is used for Nandi. Do you know it?
Yes, of course.
Yes, it grows here as a desert plant, and it is very common in this area.
In the desert and across the Arabian Gulf region, exactly. What I love most about hiking in Saudi Arabia is the diversity of terrain. You walk a distance, it can be tiring. Then suddenly you are rewarded with completely different landscapes. Your mind refreshes, the oxygen feels different. We were just on dirt terrain.
Yes, we started on dirt and under the sun with dunes and heat. Now we are on a rocky path and in shade. Between two mountains, look how magnificent this place is.
Amazing, incredible, truly incredible. But walking here is difficult, right?
Walking here is different between rocky terrain and sandy terrain. My advice to anyone planning to come here or try this experience is to pay close attention to the type of shoes. They must be comfortable and suitable especially for sand and rocky trails.
There's something special 3-in-1, not just any sports boots, right?
You have to choose carefully, very carefully, so you can walk comfortably right. Well done, Alam Mashallah, well done.
I have now completed trails in the south and the north. Where is my certificate?
One of our team members will make sure you receive your certificate.
I am officially part of your team. The trip was truly beautiful. And now we continue with you to another location.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of the Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, Formula E is the world's first all-electric world championship, bringing together high-speed racing and cutting-edge technology. Well, now in its 12th season, the series has just made history as the first sport ever to achieve B Corp certification, underlying its commitment to sustainability and innovation. With the championship in Jeddah for the E-Prix, we're joined now by the CEO of E-Prix, Jeff Dodds, to talk about the future of electric racing and what it means for Saudi Arabia and the world. Jeff Dodds, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to ask you, first of all, what makes racing in Jeddah and in particular in Saudi Arabia so special for Formula E?
Tom, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Delighted to be on the show. We've raced in Saudi, I think, since 2018. So we've been coming here for a while, but we previously raced in Diriyah, Riyadh, and we only moved across to Jeddah last year. So even between those two locations in Saudi Arabia, it's been incredibly different. The kind of pure street circuit in Riyadh with the sand blowing across the track and making it very difficult for the cars, to this incredible purpose-built facility here in Jeddah on the Corniche. So we come here, the weather's perfect. It's always, the hospitality is always wonderful, and the setup here, the road circuit here, is incredibly fast and incredibly technical. So it's a real favourite of our drivers, and seems to set up very well for our style of electric racing, which is very close combat. very sharp elbowed, and yeah, always delivers a really exciting race. I think last year the winner in the second race here went on to win the World Championship, so it's also a good indicator of who's likely to do well across the season.
Okay, thanks for that, Jeff. I mean, how important is Saudi Arabia to Formula E and to your long-term growth prospects?
We've been racing here for a long time. The Saudi partners have been incredibly important to us. So we have sponsors that are Saudia, the airline, SABIC, the chemical company, and the PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. So we're well supported by not just the businesses in Saudi, but also by the Saudi government here, who allow us to come and race on this incredible circuit. So we've had many enjoyable years here, and our hope would be to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of our race schedule for many, many years to come. So no, incredibly important part. It's also the first night race we do in every season. So we go from these kind of more traditional styles of Grand Prix, or E-Prix as we call them, to this first night race, which is two races on Friday and Saturday night in Saudi, at night with the drones and the fireworks and this incredible backdrop here. So it marks a real spectacle in the calendar for us.
Yeah, I mean, sort of made for television, isn't it? And you've got a night race in Tokyo coming up as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so Tokyo's a really interesting city, Tom. So Tokyo only ever closes the city for one other sporting event, which is the Tokyo Marathon. We're the only other sporting event they close the city for. And Tokyo, for me, when I think about Tokyo, and I've been there many, many times over the years, but when I think about it at night. I think about the big neon signs and the kind of the TDK neon sign that's very famous, and this wonderful kind of nightlife. So bringing a race to Tokyo and doing it at night is super exciting, because you're going to get to experience those cars racing around the city and get to see it at night with those beautiful neon lights around.
Yeah, I mean, with the beautiful Corniche in Jeddah and the nightlife and the lights of Tokyo by night, I mean, with all of that, I mean, that's some seriously impressive backdrops. And I'm just thinking to myself as you're talking there, I mean, why don't you consider something a bit like Drive to Survive, you know, that Netflix series which did a lot for the image of Formula One? Why don't you do something like that?
Yeah, well, we actually have one. So we have a series. It's on Amazon Prime Video. We've only had 2 series of it now. It's called Driver. So anyone that hasn't seen it, by all means, go and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. But it's a slightly different style to Drive to Survive. So Drive to Survive is, it's slightly more soap opera-y in the way that it's designed. Ours is a bit more of an authentic look into the mind of a driver and what it takes to be a world championship driver. So we've started that journey ourselves, Tom, but obviously they're on Netflix, we're on Prime Video. Theirs is a slightly different take on the subject than ours, because there's no point just creating the same as them but for Formula E. So we do something slightly different.
Fair enough. Let's get back to Saudi Arabia, where you are right now in Jeddah. And, you know, we're talking about Formula E here, a sport that's still relatively new. A lot of people watching it there could be watching it for the first time. And I'm just wondering what you hope they will understand about Formula E.
We're in our 12th year, as you said earlier, and you know that would compare to someone like Formula One that's 75 years old or 76 years old this year. So we are comparatively a newbie when it comes to motorsport. If they were to come, though, and they like motorsport, the first thing is there's a lot of familiarity, right? You've got open-wheeled, single-seater racing cars screaming around here at incredible speed. The drivers will feel familiar to them. The setup will feel familiar to them. Maybe where the differences are, the first thing is we're all electric. So we're pure electric powertrain, which means 30% faster accelerating than a Formula One car. So they explode off of the line. Much more close combat racing. So the cars are much more tightly packed, which means you've got many more overtakes, much more sharper elbows. They don't reach quite the same top speed, but then they don't need to, because we're on circuit layouts that are much more tightly packed together, much more challenging. So I think if you came to watch it, the other big difference, of course, which everybody will reference, some people love, some people don't, is the sound is very different. So these will sound more like fighter jets, that very different sound to a traditional roar of a combustion engine. So I say if you're coming to watch it for the first time with a family, actually you can watch the racing, enjoy the racing, still talk to the people with you, and maybe you go home with slightly less of a headache. But if you're more of a traditional motorsport fan, you are going to find that different.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about your sport, which is all electric, but F1 is kind of heading into your territory, isn't it? Because there's talk of hybrid engines with a 50-50 split between electric and combustion. How do you feel about that?
Well, so look, we're the only motorsport in the world that can race as a single-seater series, pure electric, as an FIA World Championship. So we are pure electric, 97% efficient powertrains, 100% electric. Formula One are, I mean, I use this word, but I don't use it in a particularly negative way, but it's true. They're kind of combining and compromising with two technologies together. So they have combustion engine technology, so a combustion engine, and then they'll have a powertrain and a battery to allow them to have an electric element. They're 50-50 at the moment, half the power coming from combustion, half the power coming from electric. As a result of making that change, the cars are actually a bit slower, or likely to be a bit slower this year than they were in the previous regulation. But I think that's probably as far as they go, because if they wish to add more electric, because they can't get rid of the combustion engine, they're likely just to get slower and slower over time. So I think this is probably about the right mix for them in their eyes. But yes, you're right in a sense that we started as a street racing championship, and Formula One have been adding street races to their setup, and we're a pure electric racing championship, and they're adding more electric to their infrastructure. So maybe we should be a little more flattered by that, but yeah, they're certainly moving more towards this direction.
Now, Jeff, I just want to ask you about something I was saying in the introduction, the fact that Formula E has just become the first sport to achieve B Corp certification. And I wondered, in simple terms, what does that mean and why does that matter?
So it matters because sport is a relatively low bar when it comes to environmental and social sustainability. Formula E was founded not just to be an amazing motorsport, but also to support the energy transition towards electric vehicles, but also to show that sports can also be sustainable properties. So under the old definition, we have been net zero from day zero. So the focus on sustainability here is built into the way that we run a business. When I arrived just under 3 years ago, my challenge to the team was, we were talking about being the most sustainable sport in the world and the most socially, number one ESG sport in the world, but sport shouldn't be our benchmark, because sport notoriously is not that high in terms of its watermark. So to become a B Corp, and there's only 9,000 companies in the world that are B Corps, you really have to go through an incredibly intensive audit process, and it looks at every facet of your business, not just the core business, but how you work with your staff, how you treat your fans or your customers. It looks at every part of it. So to achieve that status and that certification is incredibly hard, but it's a very good discipline to go through for a business that prides itself on being sustainable. So we rewarded it very recently. We announced it just a few weeks ago, and it's an incredible testament to every member of the team here that makes sure everything we do in this business is as sustainable as possible.
Okay, now, Jeff, just picking up on what you were saying there, I mean, it echoes something else you've said, which is that Formula E is a bit like a living laboratory. And I just want to know whether, what happens on the racetrack. Does it really affect electric cars, the cars that people drive in the real world? And have you had any sort of energy storage or other kind of breakthroughs as part of all of that?
Yeah, so look, because we're relatively new technology, so the combustion technology is roughly 130 years old. So it's been in cars for a very, very long time. So any real benefits that can come out of that technology have largely been extracted. Battery electric vehicle technology is really only about 15 years old in terms of being on the road. So we're still unlocking benefits to that technology very, very, particularly in things like batteries. So the stories are not ours, but the stories belong to the individual manufacturer teams that are in this championship. So whether it's Porsche or Jaguar or Nissan or Stellantis, it's Mahindra, it's them that are unlocking the benefits. And you could talk to someone like Jaguar. Jaguar tell a lovely story of, they discovered something in the way that the software worked between the battery and the powertrain on the racetrack, that they were able to update their road cars over the air with that upgrade in the software. And almost overnight, I think you had, it unlocked kind of 20, 30 kilometers more battery availability and range from something they learned on the racing track. If you look at the new Porsche Cayenne, for example, the new all-electric Cayenne, it is stuffed full of incredible technology, a lot of which has been developed here in their racing program. So yeah, we're very much still seeing tech move its way from the racetrack into the road cars of our manufacturers.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Saudi Arabia as a venue and a place to stage an event like this. I mean, what's it like organising something in the kingdom as opposed to in Europe or the US, especially when it comes to regulation?
Well, all I can say is from our side, it's very straightforward, but that's possibly because we work with a local business here called CBX. They've been running motorsport events for many years. They're very established here in the kingdom, and they've worked with us for a number of years, and they do just an amazing job. So for us, my team would tell you it's probably one of the easiest races they do all year, because you've got a state-of-the-art facility here. You've got a brilliant local partner that does a lot of the organising and makes it work smoothly. But look, for me, you arrive on the e-visa system into Saudi Arabia, incredibly hospitable welcome. We get to the racetrack, everything's set up for us, and it runs like clockwork. So, yeah, I have to say, if every race around the world was like this, and my team would find their work a little bit easier.
And just tell us, what do people usually tell you at an event like the one you're at there in Jeddah, especially if they're watching Formula E for the first time? What usually surprises people?
So they're blown away by the acceleration of the car. So I think they are absolutely shocked when they see these cars take off the line and just how fast they are. They're also surprised just how close the cars are racing and the gaps. So, you know, you will split the entire field in qualifying by much less than a second. These cars are so closely matched and they race so closely together. So I think the things that would surprise them are the raw acceleration and then how combative the racing is and how closely matched it is.
Again, Jeff, I want to ask you briefly about the Evo sessions that are being held there in Jeddah. You're bringing some global content creators to drive these Gen 3 Evo cars. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so look, we're always looking for ways to bring the sport to a new audience. We did the first Evo sessions last year with Mr. Beast in Miami and a number of other content creators, Brooklyn Beckham, Amelia Hartford, Yuka, just this kind of cool group of very highly followed individuals. It was very successful last year. Obviously, we learned a lot, and we will do the second Evo sessions here in Jeddah because the format worked, the facility here is great, but it's a very different group of content creators this year. So it's the sidemen and special guests. Kabi Lame, the very famous, I think the most followed TikToker in the world. Amelia Hartford's coming back for a second go. She loved it so much the first time round. But yeah, different group of creators, and they will take this product to their fan base, to their followership, and hopefully it brings us a new group of fans as a result of it. That's exactly what happened last year, and for us it's quite an exciting way of engaging with a new community of fans.
Okay, Jeff, and just lastly, to wrap up this conversation, what sort of general direction is Formula E heading in, and where do you see it moving ahead and positioning itself within the wider world of global motorsport?
So we're a sports entertainment product. That's the first thing. So we're of course a world champion sport, a very serious sport, but we recognise sport and entertainment do not need to be different things. They're not mutually exclusive. Each generation of our car gets faster and faster. So the Gen 4 car, which will be launched later this calendar year, will be 70% more powerful than the current car, much higher top speed, much lower lap times. So the direction of travel around the car is to get faster and faster. Obviously, we're looking to continue growing fan base and media audience, and to attract new fans, new manufacturers, new teams over time. So look, we're on a very steep upward trajectory. I think we're the second most successful sport launched this century, after the IPL, the Indian Premier League, the cricket league, obviously massively popular in India. Yeah, but we're riding the tailwind of electrification. So we also expect, I think there'll be between 15 and 20 electric vehicles sold this year around the world. By 2030, the forecasts say that should be between 30 and 40 million. So we ride this tailwind of electrification.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us on what's been a very busy weekend for you. Jeff Dodd, CEO of Formula E, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and thank you very much indeed to you for joining us for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
Our allies, many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron. The same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there, used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.